applicable to any of our agenda items today.
Let's see.
Hearing,
I do not have any requests to speak at this moment.
okay, fine. We'll move on to the agenda status report.
I do not have any changes to today's standard agenda.
Applicable to any of our agenda items today.
All right. I'm getting a weird echo, but I'll try and ignore it. And then we will move on to the minutes of our last meeting. And if we could go, fortunately, it's a short agenda. I don't know why they're. For the first item on the agenda, Brewer, does anyone have any comments?
Hearing,
Do not have any requests to speak at this moment.
okay, fine. We'll move on to the agenda status report.
I do not have any
Does
changes to
somebody have
today's standard agenda. YouTube on their
Oh,
computer.
wow. Can everybody hear me?
Hi, Puck. I can hear you. Give me just a second. Let me find where the echo's coming
There's a
from.
lot of weird feedback going on.
Getting a weird echo, but I'll try and ignore it.
There we go. How's that, Puck?
Oh, that's much better.
Okay, there we go. Sorry
There
about
was
that.
a 1 lag or something. All right. Board members, does anyone have any comments on the first item in terms of our minutes as shown?
Are you on previous minutes, Buck, from last month?
You know what? I opened it from the Zoom box. This is, it says meeting date October 9th, but then, yeah. It's the first one, Brewer. Are there any additional comments or changes?
No.
Cass? No?
Excuse me. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that the number 4 about the black glass, I think it was just about the black glass in general, just black glass, not necessarily related to how it would look with the stone. Here.
Was it the look of the black glass or the,
The look of the black glass, the potential, I mean, not related to, yeah, I guess that's our purview is how it looks,
yes,
the black glass and how it will look. Not necessarily how it will work with the natural stone, but just the black glass in and of itself.
okay. Any other comments?
No. I don't have any.
Okay, I think number 1 and 2 we could combine them, but it's fine the way it is. Moving on to number 2, PG&E Red Rock Tower. I think that's pretty much sums it up.
Yes.
Rancho Dezo. And that was a minimal comment. And as well for number 4, I remember that those were the colors that we suggested,
Correct.
if we don't hear from anyone else on that. Okay. The next, hearing no further comments, I'd like to hear a motion for approval of the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the October minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Cass.
All those in favor, could we have a roll call?
Yes, we can. Let's see. Bethany is still working on getting connected. Let's see, Robin,
Aye.
Lowell,
Aye.
Brett,
Aye.
Cass,
Aye.
Alan, Alan, do we have you today? I thought I saw you on the list.
I thought he was there.
Aye.
Oh, there, I hear him. All right. Do you know which one of you two would like to participate in today's votes?
Who
I think, would be
participated
best-
last month?
I did. I think it'd be best if Alan participated today. I have a number of conflicts today, so I think it would be best if Alan took over.
Okay, perfect.
Good. If, I think that's the end of the roll call. So the motion carries for approval of the minutes. Are there any informational briefings today?
Well, while everybody thinks about it, I'm here. Puck.
Hi, Bethany.
All right, let's see.
I will now defer to the chair.
Okay. So you got to informational briefings. Did anybody have any to announce?
It didn't sound like it.
Okay. Then I think we'll pick up then. And you've done everything up to that?
Yes,
Did you guys do the minutes?
yes.
Okay, perfect. There any recusals for today's agenda that anybody knows about at this time?
Yes, I'm going to recuse from Four Friends Village as I developed all the properties around that property. And also I wanted to make a notification that I did a site visit on item number 4.
Okay.
And spoke with the owner there. And I also spoke with the applicant in item number 6 on an informal basis about his project.
Okay. So that's an ex
And that's
parte.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anybody else have any recusals or anything they need to state right now? Okay. And just to be clear, if something occurs to anybody, when the item's called, go ahead and give us that information then. Okay. Staff update. Nicole, do you have anything?
Yes. Hi. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So just a couple of things. I'll go over some projects that are coming up to the Planning Commission in the near future, and then as usual, I wanted to ask that as you're going through each of the items today, if you could break your comments into into questions and then comments. That's really helpful for me when I'm putting together minutes, so I can get some other work done as well while I'm waiting for your comments. So thank you for that. And then moving on to, these aren't all within the CBAR area, but I thought they might be of general interest to your group. So a couple things that are coming up at the Planning Commissions. On November 18th, the Montecito Planning Commission is going to be taking a look at the Montecito Emergency Debris Nets project, which is intended to catch debris in the case of another debris flow. Then on December 2nd, the Central Coast Agriculture Cannabis Cultivation Project in the Buellton area is going to the Planning Commission. And let's see, there was another one I thought you might be interested in. And then on December 16th, there's a lot of updates at the Montecito Planning Commission regarding CEQA thresholds, housing legislation, and then a quarterly report about the Thomas Fire and debris flow cases. And so that is the update that I have for you today.
All right, thank you, Nicole. There's no consent agenda items, so let's move to the standard agenda, which would be item number 1, 20 bar 1434 Friends Village. Leah, do we have an applicant present to make a presentation?
I believe we do.
We're both here. Dave
There.
Clark and Rob Mell representing the project.
All right. Are you gentlemen ready to share? Can you share your screen and go through the project with us?
Yeah, if you'll give it to me, I'll share. Rob will narrate. Rob will narrate, and I'll be Vanna.
Okay.
All right, Dave, we're ready for you whenever you're ready.
Hey, Rob, is that where you wanted to start?
That looks appropriate. This is our vicinity map, and we're located on Segundo Street, and closest intersection is Edison, with the right on the corner. Directly across from the site we're working on, which is currently an empty lot, is Tumbleweeds. So I think most of you are very familiar with this area. So we'll move on then to our site plan.
Stand by. Stand by 1 sec here, Rob. Let's find out where that other one's at. There it is. Stand by. There you go. We're here.
Doesn't look like it came up, Dave.
Sharing is paused. Why would sharing be paused? Resume share. Come on. Stand by 1 sec. How about that?
Yep, we're looking at
There we go.
There's our property right there.
That is, yeah, it's a good zoom in of the property adjacent to Red Barn on the right-hand side and residential on the left and residential to the north also. The site's approximately 80 feet wide and 125 feet deep. Now Dave, we could go to our site plan.
Yeah, Rob, before we leave this, you mind if I point out, here's Four Friends Inn right here,
Sure.
right in the middle of the picture. And then my wife and I are the owners working with Rob on this. And then we're expanding into this lot, which is nearly adjacent, almost shares a corner. That's about 12 feet offset, but certainly close enough to make a difference. Okay, Rob, you want to go next to
The site plan.
the site plan? Stand by. so that we don't accidentally unshare. You guys, one sec.
And while we're waiting, I'll just go ahead and let you know again. I'm sure Leah, I'm not sure exactly what got covered before I got on here, Rob, but you're limited to presenting only what's been submitted to the county. So no
Okay,
new
we'll
drawings
stick
or,
with that.
yeah, so please just stick with whatever you've submitted. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, appreciate that. Everything
There
that,
we are.
Rob, everything we've talked about has been submitted.
Right.
Okay.
So to give you a bit of a tour here, we have Segundo Street on the right-hand side. Orientation for the site plan is not up, is not north, it's to the left. As you can see at the bottom, showing the north arrow. And you drive in from Segundo, the entry road, passing by a low stone wall on the right and left with an electric gate. That low stone wall is actually going to be topped in the future by a cast iron fencing, much like they had at the Four Friends Inn. And then you can see that we've placed 6 units on the site. We actually have no setbacks in the front or the sides. We do have a 10-foot setback in the back of it. So if you drive into the site and you're staying at one of these units, you park between the units. Straight ahead as you drive in is the ADA space leading you to the ADA unit. We do have a easement up front that you can also see on that, that's 10 foot wide, but we're also parking in that area. And you can pretty much see where we have landscaping. It's in front of each unit and behind and surrounding the unit. And behind the units to the east, we have a bit of retaining walls. There's a drop off from the Red Barn parking lot to our site. And we are, even though we're allowed to build up to property line, in general, we're holding these units back 3 to 5 feet to the east and to the west. The driveway itself would be permeable pavers, color yet to be decided on. So Dave, I think we can now go to a typical floor plan.
Okay. Bring this over so everybody can see it. There you go. Oh, you probably aren't seeing that one, are you? So this works exactly the same way. Teams. Switch each time. There you go.
5 of the units look exactly like that. This one of the units is ADA accessible. So instead of just the porch up front, you'll also have a ramp. But as you can see, we step up onto the front porch and then into the unit, into a sitting room. From there, you can lead into either the bedroom or the bath. And then there's the parking space adjacent to the left. And now you'll see this represented in our elevations, which we can show next.
Coming up. Sorry, Rob, forgive me 1 second.
And Dave, if we can start with the one generic elevation that's by itself on the page, the hand sketched one, then we can move on to the strip elevations after that.
You should have it now.
Yes, I think that will do. The elevation I was referring to is in the upper right-hand corner. That darkened it up a bit. You can see this is in general a craftsman style bungalow, if you will, with a window up in the gable space, chimney behind it, knee braces to either side of the little window there. And we may play with that a bit more on different units. We may go to a round window in one case, diamond shaped in another. And then obviously you can see the front porch there with the columns on either side and the railing and the stone base. We plan on having horizontal siding on the lower portion of the structure, and on the upper, we have fish scale currently. The roof, much like the craftsman houses of the past, is fairly low sloped. It's a gable in the back and across most of the structure, but the front porch is formed up by a hip roof. And now I think, Dave, we can go to the rest of this sheet here. We can reduce it down and see the other units on it.
And I would just add that all of this, the design as well as the colors that we'll share in a minute, are all inspired by Four Friends Inn, the structure that's there, the beautiful craftsman house that's there. And we've got some pictures of that as well, if everybody would like to see that. Rob, which view do you want next?
This will be good if we can see them both at the same time, or the whole sheet. It works either way.
Are you getting the whole sheet there? Let me
There we
zoom out
go.
one more. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much. So we just went over the front elevation, as it were, from the driveway of the cottages. If you were standing out on Sagunto Street, however, you would see the elevations that are at the bottom of the sheet there. It's the side view of the unit where the porch is projecting out, and a 16-foot wide drive in the middle. And then on the far end of the upper sketches to the upper left, this is again this is the rear elevation of the typical unit to the right. This one occurs at the very end of the lot where the slope is dropping off. Now maybe, Dave, we could go to our strip sketches as though you were standing in the middle of the site.
Yes. Do you want the colors?
Sure.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Sharing now.
There we are. So if you're standing in the middle of the site and you look to the east, you'll see 3 of our 6 units side by side. And the colors don't pop out on this at all, but we will be varying colors. And pretty much we're going to have a light colored body of that, and then different shades on the eaves for different units. And we'll probably
Rob?
even make further identification. Yes.
Just real quick, point of clarification, which one is the ADA unit with the ramp?
That actually is not shown on this.
Not represented here.
The only difference is it has a ramp on it. We might see that coming up. I'm not sure. I was about to say we're looking at doing different colored doors on this. So if you look to the west, basically you see another 3 units with varying colors. So Dave, we have another strip sketch, I believe,
Yeah, looking north.
that was at the smaller scale.
You're talking about the one looking north?
No, I'm thinking more of, I think we did have one showing the ramp for the units.
Stand by. Oh, this is really quite challenging, isn't it? Rob, the only one that I can think of with the that may have been one of the early ones. Hang on 1 second. I'll see if I can find it.
I think we had also a series of 3 back elevations. In other words, from the west looking towards the lot, might be on that sheet too.
Yeah, they're in here somewhere, Rob. I apologize, so that we don't take too much of the time here. You want to go to the north looking elevation with the colors?
Sure. And you've seen this before a moment ago. This is standing on Segundo Street looking to the north. However, we've applied colors at this point. So Dave, I think we may have covered it. Do you have anything else in your packet that you want to bring up?
No. Anxious to hear comments.
All right, thank you, guys. Do we have any questions from the board? I asked the only question I had.
I have a question.
Yes,
Chair.
Cass?
Could we just go to the elevations for a second? I was curious about the finishes on the sides and backs of the structures. You went through the siding that we can see on the front, but what's on the sides and the backs?
Rob, you want to take it to me too?
I think it says horizontal siding here, but
Correct.
is it all? Go
With a
ahead.
stone base at the bottom.
So that's typical?
That's a stone base.
Yeah, typical.
Yes.
Horizontal siding, 4 sides, stone base, 3 sides.
Okay, and then that back side, would that mirror the front, or would there just be the horizontal siding going all the way up? Because you don't
You
have,
would see it going all the way up.
Yeah, at this point, we're just planning siding. Those will be largely, the rears will be largely hidden either by hedges, retaining walls, fences.
okay, thank you. And then is the retaining walls, are they concrete or are they stone clad also?
We haven't gotten that far yet in the design. They will be poured in place concrete. Whether or not we cover them with anything is up in the air. If anything, we'd probably just do maybe a stucco over them or something with a color coat in it, because they're going to be limited in view. You won't be able to see them at all from the Red Barn, and only a little bit will you be able to see them between the units, because we're landscaping at the end of the parking spaces.
Right, okay. And then if you could just slide up a little bit, the chimney, is that, yeah, there it is. Okay, I see it now. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yeah, sure.
Any other board members have a question?
Yeah, this is Brett. Is this conceptual review?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, Puck.
Could we go to the site plan?
You bet. Stand by.
What is the elevation change between Red Barn and your property?
Rob, I'm gonna grab let me grab the topo so we don't have to guess.
I think it varies anywhere from about 1 foot at the front of the property on that eastern property line, probably to about 7 feet or so on the to the northeast corner there.
7 feet? So, because
Yeah, that's a guesstimate.
sure. I was just curious, then the slope will go actually between the buildings towards the parking. That's why you
You're-
have, that's why you have this little angled
That is-
walls.
That is correct.
Okay, and because you have permeable pavers everywhere, then you're meeting the stormwater requirements using the permeable pavers.
That is also correct.
Okay. Those were my questions.
Okay. So I think my questions, I asked my one about the elevations, and I don't think I have anything else at this time. So Leah, do we have any members of the public request to speak for this project?
You can't hear me. Let me double check.
Okay.
So if you'd like to speak on this item and you're in the attendees, just go ahead and raise your hand. Madam Chair, I don't think we have any requests to speak.
Okay, so I'm gonna close public comment and presentation from the applicant, and let's go ahead and start with the board. Anybody wants to jump in here with comments? How about Cass or Puck? Either one of you have anything you want to start with?
Sure, I'll start if we can go back to the site plan. So I was just curious, the paving, it seems like those little trees. I was just trying to think of some way. I know it's a tight spot. I mean, I think the site plan is okay. It just doesn't seem terribly inventive. I don't know. Maybe it's just a really bad thing if cottages are joined together like a little duplex. It just seems like it could be more fun. It sort of feels, the layout reminds me of the manufactured homes over by El Rancho. You know, they're just kind of like, it's very functional, and that's fine. I just think your current bed and breakfast is so charming. It's kind of, you know, it's a little quirky. It's a little unexpected, tucked away there. And I just would like to see some of that on this part of the project. Also, if you could bring up the interiors.
Okay.
Just wondering, like it seems a little tight. Like where do people like store stuff? Being a girl, like where do I put my stuff in the bedroom?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we've not drawn. So that's let me tell you about the master bedroom here then.
Okay.
And I think it's important to preface all this by saying that our average length of stay is 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
Okay, so master bedroom right here, that's a California king size bed. So it's a pretty sizable space. And within that will be nightstands with lamps. To your question directly, each room will contain an armoire, a small dresser, and a luggage rack.
Okay, great. And
For all the reasons that you're thinking, probably, and that is you've got to, even though you're only going to stay a couple of days, a lot of guests want to unpack and make themselves at home, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm an unpacker. So, and I like the fact that the porch is fairly generous, that you could tuck a little cafe table out there, because why have a porch if you can't sit on it?
We agree, and that's a covered porch as well. And that is, we've modeled that directly after the inn or we have an
Right.
8-foot deep front porch. That's what this would be. That's a
Mr. Pollock, I'm going to try and push this on a little bit.
Sorry.
Chair,
Those are-
sorry about
that's
that.
it for me.
Yeah, I just need to get my board's comments, and then so if you could help
it.
facilitate with the plans and then answer any questions very briefly so that we can continue. Thanks. Go ahead, Puck.
That's it.
Okay, Cass.
I think it's I like the way it's looking. It reminds me of the early California bungalows that are lined up. I think it's I like that about it. The only maybe we could look at the elevations for a sec.
You bet. Stand by. I'll find them.
I like Puck's comment about, you know, maybe a little bit more playfulness about it, and maybe you can do that with some of the colors. Although I would, I like the idea of maybe the doors being different colors and maybe keeping the rest of the buildings in a similar kind of a palette, but maybe somewhat a little bit different door. Overall, I think it's a nice little project, and I like the. It looks like it would be a very fun place to stay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cass. Brett, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I agree with Cass. I like the layout of this. It's sort of a classic motor court apartment that you see, that was built in the 30s and 40s down in LA and in Santa Barbara. It just has a real nice feel to it, and it gives each one of the units privacy. And it looks like they're responding to the character of Santa Ynez. It looks like a really nice project. It's very simple, and to me, simple is great. It's a really good design, and if I were the applicant, I'd come back for preliminary final, but you've got a lot of stuff to add. But
Okay. I'll address that when I get to my comments too.
Right,
Thanks,
but I mean,
Brett.
that's something to
But
bring
thank
up
you for
now.
your input.
It's something to bring up now.
Exactly. Thanks a bunch. Robin.
Yes.
Do we have Robin with us?
Sorry, I was muted.
Gotcha.
I like it. I think it's quite charming.
All right. Alan,
I like the project.
thank you. Lowell,
I'm going to
he
recuse.
recused himself. He recused himself. I'm sorry, Lowell. I totally forgot. No worries. All
No
right.
problem.
So I'm the last one. I appreciate everybody's comments. I think that we're going to need to see some more. I'm looking forward to seeing some additional information for with regard to the grading, because that's going to be a little tricky, I think, given the way the slopes sites from apparently east to west. So looking at that, I don't have a problem with it coming back for preliminary. I think final would be really pushing it, given the uncertainty with the grading and the plan layout at this point. I think, though, that with the favorable comments you've received, sounds like everything's looking really good. Does anybody have any objection or further comment about having them return for preliminary?
I do. If they can get it together and get preliminary final, I mean, you're kind of saying that the architect can't get it together to convince us that this is a successful project. And I think it's up to them to decide in the planning department, but if they want to come back for preliminary final, I think this is developed and it needs a lot of information, but there's no reason they can't. And it saves them a good month.
Sure. I don't have a problem with that. My only caveat would be that if the applicant does pursue and completes drawings through what is appropriate for final, they're going to, they may wind up going down a route and investing a lot of time in some drawings and details that pending comments may not be applicable. And that was the only reason that I would suggest going for preliminary. However, you are correct, Brett. It's up to the applicant if they want to go to final and the planning department feels that it's at that level, that's fine. Just looked at my notes and there's one other thing I'd like to see is, and that's the landscape plan.
Bethany?
Yes.
I agree with Brett that I think it could come back for preliminary final.
That's fine.
But we also, did we mention lighting?
No, we hadn't. So they'll need grading, developed architecturals, landscape plan, and lighting. Is there
And color
anything
and
else?
color and material board.
And the colors and materials board. Thank you.
Also, if I could just say, on these elevations we're looking at, to be sure to detail it out where we can see the stone on all of the chimneys and wherever it all is, with the lighting, etc. That would be great.
I think it's their cast, but I agree. The graphics are not rendered. They're a little mushy. The appearance has come off a little mushy, and I think we've lost that detail. But I can see some faint lines where the stonework is depicted. So I'm sure Rob will clear that up.
Certainly.
Okay. So I think that concludes our our comments on this item, and I think we're ready to go to the next item. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 20 bar 140 Stauffer single family dwelling. This is Agave Design Group, so I'm assuming that Tony's here to present.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, Tony.
How are you?
So can you share your screen with us and go ahead and
believe
present your
so.
project? Okay.
Yeah.
And I know I'm pretty sure you were here and listening, but you need to limit your presentation to the submittal.
Sure. So
Okay.
I've got the set of plans here. Let's see. So I'm a first timer, so bear with me. Okay, so you see the plans in a photo?
Yep.
All right, great. So our project is located in Solvang. It's on Hill Haven, just above 246, across from the old Nielsen, which is now the Valley Fresh Market. And so it's hillside, it's elevated above 246. So that's our project location. Here's our site plan. We've got a few site parameters that we're dealing with, primarily some beautiful oak trees here along the road, Hill Haven Road. We also have an existing well, which creates a 150-foot setback for us. So we feel like the site of the structure here at the higher elevation suits the design, and the owner prefers that location. We're also dealing with a leach field, so forth, here to the southeast of the corner of the lot. The north is here, sort of on a diagonal. This is the northerly direction, and our site slopes in descending fashion towards that same north arrow area there. The house is approximately 2,900 square feet. The garage is about 960 square feet. We're on 1¼ acres. We'll be disturbing about 1/3 of an acre here with our retaining walls and site development towards the southern portion of the lot. At this point, we don't have any plans to develop the lower half, if you will. Okay. Lighting detail, of course, will be shielded. And I'll go to the next page. The photos that I have for Our site photos, number one is from the street looking towards the oak trees. We'd like to drive through. Recently had an arborist take a look at those trees, done some trimming just to open things up. Photo number two is in that same area. And then as you walk through, I'll point out what each of those photos will point to. So photo one again is from the street. Photo two is just entering onto the site. Photo three here in the upper right-hand corner would be the approximate location of the new residence and our spectacular views off to the north and northeast. Four, again, similar views, just as we pan around from one side of the lot to the other. Photo number seven is from the lower end of the lot, looking sort of in the southwest direction from where the well is located. So we'd be looking up at the residence. Photo number eight, unfortunately, we lost a very sizable tree to, I imagine, old age, but part of that gift as well was the opening of this view here from the rear of the residence. So I'll proceed on to the floor plan. This is the residence. You see the drip line of the existing trees here to the upper left-hand corner, as well as the lower portion of the lot. We've elected to stay pretty close to that due to the leach field and the potential area that may take up on the lot as well. So we've got the main residence, the driveway and the garage is off to the right or to the southeast. And this would be our view corridor up to the north on the page there. These are our elevations. We're anticipating mostly plaster with some stone veneer in particular areas. I'll get to the renderings here in a moment. Standing seam roof and wood fascias, outlookers, and so forth. More of our elevations here. This is the rear, which will be towards the view to the north and northeast, Figueroa Mountain, and so on. Sections, and these are our renderings of now. We're looking at primarily earth tones, a brownish tone perhaps on the plaster, and sort of a stone veneer, which would be somewhat of a derivative of a Santa Barbara sandstone. Again, wood, heavy timber for supports of our eaves and entryways. A couple of aerial views showing more of the site development. Here's our circular, or excuse me, our entry into the property. Permeable pavers, if not gravel, perhaps. Site walls on the uphill side. We'll divert any of the surface water around the residence and maintain historic surface flow as much as possible. Civil engineers studying that now. So it's a cut and fill, basically about 750 to 800 cubic yards of cut and fill. We'll keep it balanced and we'll cut the, we'll bring the fill in on the back side of the residence for the rear yard. Again, here's another view in the lower left-hand corner. Civil engineering. At one time we had a circular drive. We've departed from that. It was just too tight. Here's our civil plan directing surface flow around the residence, down towards this lower section of the property, leach field and so on. Here's our oak trees. Existing topo, just part of our submittal, and then our preliminary landscape plan. So we see this as terrace gardens, perhaps with a footpath around and down towards this lower section. Might be great to have some sort of a feature here. There's just an incredible view from where we're indicating this deck. Hopefully you can see that well enough. And that kind of completes an abbreviated presentation in order to move on.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Do we have any questions from the board? I just have a quick question. Is it possible for you to put the landscape plan and your site plan side by side? I know that's asking a lot.
Oh, that's a challenge for me.
Okay.
Prefer
Can
the
we?
landscape plan?
Yeah, look at the landscape plan. Could we go back
Sure.
to that? Okay. So, I'm having a little trouble with the retaining walls and how I'm going to call it the rear area. Is this reflective? Has this plan just not caught up with your site plan?
That's correct. So there was a bit of a departure. You can see this wall's fairly consistent.
Right.
And working with the landscape designer, I wasn't able to capture that well enough. We've still been waiting for civil. So this is more of a conservative approach with terracing of these gardens to the lower elevations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question.
Okay, fair
I'll
enough.
come back to you well, I could just say, are you envisioning that it's probably going to be an amalgamation, or do you think this is more indicative of the direction you'd like to go?
I think more of an amalgamation.
Okay.
It really depends on the owner's
Sure.
requirements for a rear yard in a flat section versus a terracing immediately off the rear elevation here.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
One question. Stephanie?
Cass?
Yes, could I see the floor plan, please?
Sure. Bear with me.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the configuration of these garages and what drove you to configure them in this fashion?
I'm sorry, your audio is a bit muffled. I'm not sure I picked up everything. I think you were asking about the orientation of the garage. Is that right?
Yeah, the configuration of this L shape as opposed to just having them all three running together to the right. Maybe just talk about how you came up with this particular configuration.
Sure. Primarily to keep the garage doors in view of the garage from the street, which is here to the left. So we've decided, that we would come in, and this would be our everyday garage, if you will. And this would be an accessory garage, perhaps for a shop or some other activity, but affords the idea of a third garage. And it gets it away from the street primarily.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Leah, do we have any public comment? Did we lose you, Leah?
Yeah, I wondered the same thing.
Hold on just a second, guys. Let me get my manager back here. She may have stepped out for a minute. Leah, are you here? We're just waiting for Leah to come back in and let us know if we have any public comment or not. There you go.
Let's see. Oh, goodness. We do have one member of the public that would like to speak, so give me just a second.
Sure. And while you're doing that, I'm hoping they can hear the audio.
All right, there we go. So feel free to, Michelle, you're free to go whenever you're ready.
Well, let me say really quickly, Ms. Henricks, before you speak, we'd like you to be brief in your comments if at all possible, and hopefully frame them within the purview of this board. We don't deal with land, just FYI, we don't deal with land issues, land use issues. So, you know, a lot of things may or may not be a part of our purview, and I'd be happy to point that out if you have a question, just let me know. So take it away. Give us your comment.
Sure, can you hear me? This is Michelle Henricks.
Hi, Michelle. Yes, we can.
Okay, hi Puck, are you still there? I guess not, huh?
I am. I just had to unmute myself for a second. I'm just listening on mute.
Okay, I just got back from Canada a week ago, so I am happy that I got back in time to hear this presentation because my property is adjacent to this property directly. And if you look on this map that we're looking at right now, where all the trees are on the, it's confusing, that's sort of east-south, I think. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's my property right there. And so I'm, of course, extremely interested in what's going to go on this because we will be neighbors, and I'm happy to. So far, it looks like a very nice plan. The one thing that, of course, I would be concerned about is the drainage, and to make sure the drain goes down to the ravine down there on what's sort of the northeast section, and not into my property, which of course I'm sure everybody would like to see that happen. And at some point, I would love to meet the owner and the designer just to get along. So I don't know how we can do that, but that would be great. That's my only comment.
Tony, you want to address that or?
Sure, absolutely. I'd love to meet Michelle. Just, off record here, we can either come to your place. I don't mind knocking on your door. So if you were able to give me your address, we can handle that through Leah outside of this meeting. And in addition to, I'd want to talk with the owner that we're presenting for and find out what she'd like to do as well.
Tony, if you're on the property and you can see my fence, it's the big long fence along there. And at the end of it, there's an opening. You can walk right through to my driveway and walk down to my front door. So
Okay.
it's easy for us to meet. And my address is 2283.
Well, just hold on.
Yeah.
Look, Tony's got the right idea here. Let's let you guys go ahead and get together. Leah can help facilitate that, put you two in contact with each other. But we prefer if you didn't do that on the record. This is a public meeting and is broadcast and recorded and is part of the public record. So
Right. Mhm.
we'll just limit that. Keep you guys a little bit of privacy. All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Does that conclude your comments for at the moment?
At the moment, it does, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so I'll go ahead and close public comment. Leah, if there isn't anyone else.
Madam Chair, I do not have any more requests to speak.
Okay, then let's start with the board. Puck, you want to start?
I think this is a really appropriate design for this neighborhood, and I like the way the house is working with the existing oak trees. It looks like a beautiful site, and I think the next step will be really pulling together the grading and the landscape plan and the site plan all as one unit. And, this is just a little niggly thing, but, and it's probably the screen, but having a little bit more contrast between the trim, the rafter outriggers, and the body of the house. But that's such a minor detail. That's it.
Thanks, Puck.
Yes.
guess I'd like to hear from a few of the others before I comment.
Okay. Can we go to Brett?
Yeah, I think it's a nice project. I don't really have any comments. I think he's done a good job and it looks nice.
Okay. Robin? It's that pesky mute button, Robin.
Sorry. I think it's a good project. I have some concerns about light emission from the glazing. I'm not sure what elevation that was on that had all the glazing.
Can you bring us up with that one, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely.
screen.
I prefer the elevations, the 2D elevations. Are we talking here?
No, I think it was on the, there you go.
Okay.
It's on the north elevation.
Okay, well,
There's
that's,
quite a bit of glazing on the north.
Yeah,
There is
go
on this
back,
side
Tony.
too, but also primarily the north.
There you go.
yes, and was your question regarding the sea level elevation or just in general this elevation here?
In general, but especially that elevation, just the light emission. I didn't ask during the question period, but is this structure visible from any public road?
Well, Hillhaven, of course, and that would be this elevation here. So we've minimized the windows primarily because of privacy and headlights from vehicles coming around the corner. But other than that, no. 246 is quite a drop below this site at the lower elevation of 246.
Can you,
So
Thank you.
no.
Tony,
Uh-huh.
can you go to your kind of your aerial model that you had?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't capture much of the hill. Oh, I guess the bottom down there does. So
Yeah.
Hillhaven is that little sliver up in the upper, no, and
Yeah.
aerial view 03. If you look just where the driveway comes in, that's Hillhaven Road right there, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Here where my cursor is, and then also in this view.
Okay.
And that's primarily why the garages are opposite, and we didn't want to see those from the roadway.
Okay. Robin, does that answer your concern? Or did you need
Yes.
Okay. Cass?
Okay, I did have some. Can you hear me all right?
When you're close to your microphone, yes.
Close as I can get to it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the elevations. I feel like the project has a lot going on. It feels a little overly complex to me, and I think it would be benefited by some simplification. For example, I guess for the next set of elevations, you've got shutters on some of the windows, but not all of the windows, and then these windows in the elevation on the west there, they're kind of, the windows with the shutters are sort of pinched up against this pop out here. I feel like the sliding glass doors in the elevation to the north should have divided lights in them so that it picks up on the rest of the windows in the house. And then back to the garages, if we could go to the plan. I guess I would wonder why I understand you said that you didn't want to see them from the road, but I feel like a more ranch style structure might be better. It would also give you the interior spaces. You have access to the outdoor. If that garage was just 3 garages going across with nice, I like the doors that you have shown with the, I believe with the X's on them, detail. So I guess there's a lot of in and out, bumping in and out all around. I just feel like it would be better. I would like to see it be more simplified, but I certainly will respect and appreciate the comments that my colleagues have said, but these are the things that concern me.
Okay. Alan?
I like the project. I think it looks good. My question the metal roof, but I think that'll look good too, depending upon what color it is.
Okay. Lowell?
Did he recuse himself?
Not, I don't know. Did he, I thought it was this one, or the first one and number 4, he'd recused
Yeah,
himself.
okay, sure.
No, I'm on board. I think, Tony, it's a really nicely designed project. I think the size and scale of the house is very appropriate for the neighborhood. I like the metal roof. I think you've done a great job in developing the plans to this point for conceptual effect. You probably overdeveloped it, but it really looks good. And I think it's well situated on the property. So I think it's overall, I support it, and that's really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments.
Okay. So for Nicole's sake, I think I'm going to, because there's a little bit of a split here, or there's some comments made by some people, but not echoed, but necessarily by others. Unless anybody else on the board wants to come back to Cass's comments or anybody else's comments.
Well, this is Brett.
Yeah.
When you look at the elevations, they're very flat and they don't read like, they don't read clearly as the floor plan does with all the stepping back and forth. So all these various fenestrations are at different elevations and they're stepped back, so they don't relate to each other directly. And so I don't have a problem with them being different and some having shutters and some not, because they're truly different planes. And as far as the size of the windows, I mean, it's really, how can I put this? It's, you get somebody who buys a parcel that's a view lot, and then we tell them that they can't have too big of windows because lights are going to come out during the night. And it just sort of counters why they buy this thing in the first place. So the energy code is going to hammer him enough with the size of these windows. So I just don't have an issue with that. To tell somebody they can't have large windows to take in the view that they paid for, it doesn't make sense. But anyway, I'm okay with the in and out on this, and I think the various planes are separated enough that they don't all have to have shutters, or the window shapes don't all have to be the same. They're very specific to the areas within the plan. So anyway, I don't want to make negative comments against other people on the board, but that's my take on it. And I think he's done a really good job on the design.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in? Leave it there, Tony, please.
Okay, sure.
This is Puck. I would just like to say, I feel like this is a particular style of house that with these kind of in and outs, and I think provides a lot of opportunity to have a landscape design that really responds to that. And the only, I think as the plan progresses and things are looked at, including costs, that things might end up being simplified. I do think with this style, it is important that the windows are really set in to the structure and have as much depth as possible. That's my only additional comment.
Okay. So let me see if I can kind of sum up, and please, board members, I can't see you grimace or anything. So jump in after I've kind of tried to take a run at this. So I think there's a lot of favorable comments about the style, the articulation, how things are together, put together, the various components, the size, how it's sited. There's obviously some amalgamation and further development and melding of the site and the landscape plans. And I think we are all looking forward to that being worked out and everything kind of brought into congruency across all the different plan sets from the different designers. But with regard to lighting, nobody else has said anything. I think your fixture selection and location seem to be well thought out. With regard to light spillage and such, I think you have, it's a general concern of the board, but it seems to appear that it's only that north elevation, I think it was, where people had some concern. And if we look at this in the bottom left, you can see that it's tucked with the exception of the one hip.
That's right.
Yeah, it's all tucked underneath. And so I think the design probably goes a long ways towards addressing those concerns that people have brought up. I will say, and I know exactly why you did it, but if you look at the lower right, you can see where that very small window in that bedroom right there is jammed up against that wall. And I understand what Cass's point is, but I also understand why you did it, because you've got a bed against that wall
Right.
on your floor plan. So I think we're, our comments are somewhat spread out, but I think we're coming to a consensus. And I think what'll happen is when you resubmit and things have kind of gelled, and as Puck said, you're a little further along with some of the cost estimating and just moving into the project and figuring out what's what. I think it'll all kind of come together and looking forward to it. So I think we really would like to see the colors and materials board as you move forward. I know we're going to want to see, as was mentioned, the landscape plan as you go forward. So I think, what's the pleasure of the board? Could we have them return for preliminary?
Preliminary final.
I knew you were going to say that, Brett.
Well, I don't see why it can't. He's developed this building quite a bit, and the comments that we've all had, I don't see any issues with this building. It's something he's worked out with the owner on their specific program, and there's nothing offensive about this thing. There may be some little ticky-tacky things that we would have done as designers differently, but we're not designing this building. And he's done a good job. It looks good.
Okay. Anybody else's thoughts?
I agree with Brett.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone else?
I think it could come back for preliminary final. I don't think there are any major surprises with massing, height, the size of, posts, anything like that.
Okay.
I think you just have to really, because it is preliminary final, we still have the obligation to look at everything. And so I think our comments today carry a lot of weight.
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay, Tony. With that, then I think we could see you come back for preliminary and final to the full board.
That's great. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate all the comments. Thank you.
All right. So let's, I think
Bethany?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Could I read what I have for the comments to you?
Sure.
I think you'll have some changes, but
no worries.
Okay. So, and what I tried to do is, I think there are some comments that, because the board liked it overall, but some comments that were suggestions that, the architect could take
Well,
into
I
consideration.
think you've got some board members who had some concerns expressed, and so I think it's going to be up to us to be it's a way of expressing and wording the comments that we haven't done very often at this point, because usually we're really in accordance. So I think when you're
I could-
wording those comments that are a little different, it's just a question of wording. So why don't you go ahead and hit us? What you got?
Okay, so, and I'll read them all and then maybe we can go back.
Sure.
More contrast between the trim and the body of the house could be beneficial. The design could benefit from some simplification. I don't know if you want me to keep that or not. We can talk about it. Color chosen for the roof will be important. The size and scale of the home is appropriate to the neighborhood. The home is well situated on the property. Light fixture selections and locations seem appropriate. Provide a color and materials board.
Okay, so I think what I would do is with the note about the contrast and the colors, the roof color selection, those can all be grouped together.
Okay.
Those two can be grouped together, and I think you can say that that there was, as far as the roof color, that can stand as it is. The contrast is a suggestion, and I think you can make that clear. I think that with regard to the design of the structure and the appropriateness, you can put in there that some simplification, that it might benefit, just exactly what you said, it might benefit from some simplification. And then you can make this clear. We need to decide between now and the time we finalize the minutes how we want that to be. Do we want to set it off as a suggestion? Do we want to identify the fact that this is, some members of the board raised this? Or how do we want to do this, board?
Well, I think suggestions, there's a category, suggestions and things that just don't fly. And so I guess it's up to each board member to decide what that is. But suggestions are, if the owner and applicant and architect decide to go with what they've got, then that's what it is, a suggestion.
Right. Cass, how would you like to word your comment?
I agree with that. I mean, these are suggestions and,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, got it. And did you have comments on the landscaping?
We didn't really get into a lot of detail. Tony, you want to bring up that landscaping plan?
Sure, absolutely.
It's a little hard yeah. I think that rather than get into the specifics of the plant species, my main thing was I wanted to see how it works out between the owner and the design team and how that amalgamation sorts out. So
Sure.
in essence, and I think Puck would agree with this, and perhaps the rest of the board, I'm kind of reserving real specific comments on the landscape because I think it's going to change because it doesn't jive with all the other plans. So Puck, do we want to make a comment to that effect?
You mean in terms of the plan not clearly relating to the site plan at this point?
Yeah, and from what I can see, that the plant selection is fine. Doesn't seem to be a huge issue with it. But I really would like to see how that works out under that oak and everything else in the back.
If I may,
Yeah.
I think what our next steps are obviously is to bring this into more consistency with our grading and drainage plan as well.
Yep.
In addition to that fill that I spoke about early on in the presentation. So I can see this area certainly being refined, if you will. And I think more dialogue is needed between the landscape designer and owner. And we'll bring that into focus on this next presentation.
Okay. So Nicole, you want to just make a comment that, you know, we're looking forward to the further development of the landscape plan?
Sure.
Okay.
Got it.
Anybody else have any other comments from the board? Or are we ready to proceed to number 3? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. So let's go to item number 3. Thank you very much, Tony.
Yeah.
That was a wonderfully succinct presentation.
Thank you. Thanks to all. Appreciate
Thorough
the
and
comments.
succinct.
Bethany,
Yes, Cass.
Bethany, I don't think you did a motion.
I believe they're here for conceptual.
Is this conceptual? Okay, sorry.
No worries. So item number 3, 20 bar 139, how new single family dwelling and pool, which is also here for conceptual review.
Yes, thank you. This is Michael Kinjerski with Stillwater Dwellings, representing Scott and Kathy Howe for their new home and pool.
Right, sir. Would
pres-
you like to bring the plans up on your screen, share it with us? And,
Yes, sir. Yes, we will. Lino Granada.
That's our CFAR in action.
Lino Granada is our architect who will be presenting for us. Alongside, we have Andrew Wisdom, our studio lead, Brett Jones of Jones Land Use, and we have Scott, the owner, Scott Howe, online. So Lino Granada will be taking controls.
Okay.
Everybody, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. Let me, oh, I think you had disabled my screen sharing. Can you?
Leah will do that in just a second. And while she's doing that, let me just let you know that you need to limit your presentation and what you show us to items that have been submitted.
Of course.
No worries. It's a legal thing. I got to say it.
I hear that. Okay, as you can see from the cover, we have an image that's depicting a similar project, but in terms of its scale and how the forms are organized.
You know what? Give me just a second now. Hold
Sure,
on.
of course.
Let's see. I've got some feedback issues. I got to figure out who that's coming from.
It might be from Lino.
Oh. Okay.
Are you using the audio on your computer or your phone?
I am using my phone.
Okay, you may have to turn off the audio or the speaker on your computer.
Yep.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's
yes.
All right, perfect. So let me just jump to the survey. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a lag. Are you still able to hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So we have a lovely 20-acre parcel on Thames Road. I think the closest intersection is Woodstock. Not sure if everybody's familiar with where that is. Let me just bring a sort of a quick map for orientation. So it's east of 154 out over here.
Zoom in a little, please.
Of course.
Hold on. Whoa.
So we have Woodstock at the bottom here, and then Thames Road that continues up north.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a 20-acre parcel. It's quite expansive off of Timms Road. I'm going to just zoom in over here at the main entry. There's an existing about 1,500 square foot house that is tucked onto the sort of a natural plateau up here with an existing tennis court as well. Quite a long drive, as you can notice here, with pretty magnificent oak that's in the outer court. Sorry, there's a heavy file here. This is just an overall site plan. I'm going to go to the next file, but this is sort of showing the overlay of the what we're proposing to the existing. But I think the next slide will be a little clearer because it'll zoom in a little more here. So the existing residence you'll see in this diagonal hatch that comes across over here. And the proposed is sort of this this light hatch with the overhang shown in the dashed line. We are proposing a pool and spa in this location. You'll see that shown in a light line over here. You'll notice that the existing home, it sort of encroaches onto the top of slope. So we're actually stepping back the mass of the building in this case. And, you know, we are organizing the program as such to capitalize on the views to the east, but just sort of make it a little more comfortable for the auto ingress egress, and you know, getting closer to the bottom of the slope over here. So we're really staying within this existing platform. You're going to notice a series of views over here. I know it's a little hard to read, so let me zoom in over here. There's a series of existing pictures that were taken of site A, B, C, sort of as you progress down Timms Road. And I'll bring that up over here. So the existing vegetation, you really don't get any views of the existing house right now. Really, the first time you get a sense of the house is when you get to the entry gate, and you can see that existing house way out in the distance over here. You know, moving halfway up the driveway, you'll see, you know, the existing house poking up, progressing along the driveway, coming around the bend, and then finally, sort of in the outer court, this is the existing house. So there's quite a bit of existing vegetation on this, quite a bit of screening towards Timms Road. And we did sort of a before and after, just for, you know, additional clarity of the intent. Again, taking that same image from the outer court and superimposing what we have designed with the garage facing the entry court. And again, as you wrap around, there's that sort of peekaboo view of the existing house, and just the overlay would look similar to what we're showing here. So I think the scale is, it's relatively the same. This is a more modern language of a house with crisper lines, sort of a simplified palette and planes. You'll notice, you know, flat roof configuration with, you know, pretty generous volumes inside. That lead onto this this pool and outdoor area that's set up on a plinth, so we can just sort of mitigate the little critters that want to come in and out of the house freely. So we're just giving them you know, 1 foot barrier or so. The house itself, we have about a 775 square foot garage. That's pretty close to the bottom of the slope over here, with the main entry that leads to a great room configuration, with the master that sort of pokes through to take advantage of some of the views and relationship to the outdoor hardscape that at this point, this is what we're aiming to provide. The main body of the house we're looking at as being stucco with a metal fascia, and then sort of the volumes between the raised roofs is a cementitious material that's going to be muted, a muted color, more on the gray side. And that helps sort of identify, program and breaks down the scale of the overall building into, more of a pod feel that doesn't, feel like a looming mass on the property. So we try to break down the scale. Again, this is the view side from the pool area here. With there's expansive glass on this, with the breakups in volume. In terms of the material palette, just discussed briefly. So, a lot of stucco that is earth toned in nature, and we feel that blends with the landscape quite nicely. The windows, the fascia are sort of toned back, more of a dark bronze or even black color, with a dark cementitious panel that sort of occupies the breaks between volumes. I may have skipped over the overall height. At the highest point from average grade to the roof, we're looking at a height of about 14 feet 11 inches. And the lower portion we're looking at as 13 feet 11 inches. And I think that is all that we have in the submittal packet. So I just wanted to open that up to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the board at this time?
Yeah, this is Brett. I had to look up a word in the dictionary here, and I'm still confused.
Of course.
What is cementitious?
Oh, like a hardy pattern.
He meant cementitious. CEMENTIOU.
Oh, cement?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was embarrassed to even bring that up. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never heard that.
Oh, no shame here. Don't worry.
All right. That was it.
No worries. Anybody else have a question? Okay. You mentioned just towards the terminus of your presentation about the heights. You are familiar with the way they calculate the height?
Yes.
Okay, because you said average, and it's taken. There's for the hillside ridgeline, and I don't know if you even trigger it because we didn't actually look at any of the grading plans really close. It did look like it got close. It sounds like you're under, but I think you'll need to provide that information when you submit again. You'll need to provide that to the planner so that they can verify that you're well under the 16-foot, regardless of however it's calculated, so that it's calculated from the county's methodology. Okay. All right. That was my only comment right now, or question right now. Leah, did we have any public comment requests?
Let's take a peek. Madam Chair, I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, then I think I'd like to come back to the board and in what has now become an established order. I think I'm going to start with Puck.
Okay, can we go back to the zoomed in site plan? There we go. Okay.
Okay.
I do think it seems like it fits the site. I know it will come back in terms of lighting, just because this type of house always invites scrutiny, and you've done this before, so I'm sure there'll be some additional comments on that. There is a house that is on, I'm trying to think, it might be Calzada. Anyway, it's a more contemporary house, and at night it is pretty bright from other houses that I've been in. So I think you have to be aware of just how dark it is on these properties, and how it does light up a big area. So anything that can be done to mitigate that, I think would be great. But I really appreciate the style of the house and the attention to detail.
Thank you, Puck. And absolutely, there's a reason why we've extended the overhang to help mitigate some of that light casting as well.
Okay.
Cass?
Hi, yes, I agree with what Puck has said. I think it's a really nice project. I like it a lot. I think it's beautifully executed, and but of course there is the concern of the light, that it almost become like a lantern in itself. So just aside from that, I think it's a really nice project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brett?
Yeah, I agree. It's a nice project. I don't really, looks like it's well developed and thoughtfully designed here, so I'm good with it.
Okay, Robin?
I concur with all the previous comments.
Okay, Alan?
I agree.
Lowell?
I think it's a nice looking project, and I'm excited to see this more contemporary architecture coming alive in our valley. So I appreciate the project. Thank you.
Okay. So I think on the whole, you're getting a lot of very favorable comments. I did notice, although you didn't speak to it in your presentation, I did notice that you had some notations to the effect on your elevations, specifically about lighting. And I think we're going to I'm looking forward to seeing some more information on those light fixtures. It didn't seem like you had a whole bunch or anything, so that was very nice. I do appreciate the clarity, especially of your colored elevations. It made it very easy to read. The colors on those colored elevations, I realize you're going to have you'll develop your color board and everything, but the colors I think are very very nice, and I think that's what the rest of the board has said. I did have a question. If you could go back right there, your garage, are those glass panels in the garage door? I wasn't sure.
Yeah. The intent is that they are glass panels, but obviously they'll be obscured.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll look forward to seeing some more information on what levels. I'm sure that'll be covered on your materials board as you move
Certainly.
forward. I also noticed looked like there was a different elevation between the finished floor of the garage and the house.
Yes, just for accounting for the slope of the garage itself.
Right, that's
the
what I thought.
Yeah.
And then I had a note very early on about the height calculations, and we'd already talked about that. No, it looks like a very well thought out, very nicely and fittingly designed house. And look forward to seeing you come back. I did have one question. You'd mentioned landscape and the fact that there's quite a bit of established landscaping, and primarily it looks like you are in fact staying within basically the confines of that little knoll. I was just curious, is there any retaining or anything going on around the pool where you're kind of branching out on that side of the project?
Not really. We're really just creating a plinth for the pool. Let me just zoom in on the 3D image here to give you a better sense of that. So we're just essentially filling in. So we're aiming for the cut and fill for this to be balanced. So we're planning to just build up the grade with a few steps down to the existing.
Okay, and so would that actually truly be a plinth with a wall there holding that up, or are you going to kind of feather that back into the existing grade? How's that intended?
Not sure yet. We haven't gone through the landscape portion yet, but anything that's exposed, we would treat architecturally, either as a board form concrete or with a stucco parging coat on it, but we wouldn't as exposed.
Okay, so you do intend to have present a landscape plan when you return that addresses kind of those areas. All right.
Oh.
Okay. I think that's my comments. Does anyone else have anything else they need to add on the board? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. So how do we want to see this come back?
Why don't we do the preliminary final?
Yay!
Brett was like, I want somebody else to say it.
Thank you, Cass.
Okay. So I will just, because it's been a couple projects since I've said this, I do have a kind of a stock little speech about going to the final level. It is, obviously you could do it. You can go all the way, get your details and everything, submit those to us. However, if there does wind up being something, and I really don't see that there would be at this point, but if there does wind up being something that winds up informing a change in the structure or something of that sort, you've gone to those the level of details, and that can be an investment in time and money and everything. So we just wanted to make sure we say that, but we love to see you come back, and we'll have you return for a preliminary final, provided the planner can get all of their stuff done. All right.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation.
Thanks.
So let's move to item number 4, 20 bar 103 Schloop single family dwelling, accessory structures and grading. This project was before us at a previous time. I unfortunately don't have any minutes. Leah, can I get you to read the minutes, or Nicole to read the minutes? The comments from last time, from August?
Oh, go ahead, Nicole.
I can read them. 1 second.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I kind of hit you, blindsided you with it.
Okay, so this is for Schloop.
For item number 4, correct?
Yes. Okay. So I have for site planning, And Leah, this is in the agenda for today. I have these actually. So for site planning, A, there doesn't seem to be a cohesive circulation plan being demonstrated. Site plan should convey to the board what the site will look like after the development is complete. Separate vehicular and pedestrian connections, show pedestrian pathways, how pedestrian pathways will work between the home, pool, and other structures. Structures do not work together in a cohesive manner. Site planning, circulation, and connectivity need to work. Now comments on structures. There are too many different types of structures. Spend more time delineating the elements of the home. Break up forms of the structure. May want to vary the roof height. The architectural style of the home is not clear. The interior design seems to be driving the exterior design. The gable and entry could be wider with more of an entrance that could act as a porch. Show stairs, deck, etc. at door exits where needed. The vent seems high up under the eave. Garage door seems extremely low and proportions seem off as compared to the roofline and adjacent residence. The scale and proportions of the garage door and entry need to be restudied, including the blank space above the garage door. With regard to the ag storage building, provide elevations from all 4 sides, address the starkness of the elevations. Structure will be show dimensions for the height, finished floor, etc. Show louvers on all sides of the building, provide color and material details on the color board. Number 3, provide photos of the existing barn. Storage containers should be screened with vegetation and provide details for the pendant at the entry gable for lighting.
Okay, I
That's it.
believe that that's not the most recent set of comments.
I'm not sure. This is,
In fact, I'm certain that isn't the most.
I
recent.
don't think it is either.
Let me take a look and see what I can find.
Please do. And while you're doing that, if
let me look, I can look too. Continued from 8/21. I could probably find them on my computer too.
well, I don't think 8/21 was the most recent meeting.
Bethany,
Yes,
I see, well, we reviewed this on September 11th.
that's what I thought.
I have a whole bunch of notes here, but I don't see I don't have a copy of the minutes.
So I do have those separately on my computer. So let me see. I think I can find those.
Because
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
believe they were here in October, but I do believe they were here in September.
I have the ones from September. If you want me
Okay,
to go
why
ahead
don't
and
you read me those?
Okay.
And
scratch
while
the
they're
other
doing
ones.
that, if the applicant can get their presentation up and running so that we're ready to go when we're finished with the comments, that'd be great.
Okay, so provide the overall vision for the project in a convincing way. Design needs texture, depth, and design direction. Drawings lack expression. Porch still seems spindly and should be bigger, wider, and more functional. Create a large veranda. Consider what type of livable environment is provided by the back terrace and walkability, livability of the site. Envision how circulation within the site will work and commit to materials on the plans. Provide a comprehensive design that is well thought out. Appreciate changed proportions on the garage. Need to see additional info on the back patio, i.e. materials, locations, if walls are proposed. Provide notations for proposed fencing, height, materials for pool fencing. Clarify location and transition between materials. Would like the owner to consider removing the storage containers. Show how site grading will work and how it will relate to entry and exit points at the home. Provide a complete package. Provide elevations and sections that are dimensioned and that are quantifiable for all structures being permitted. Show how design is being carried through the structure and the site. Submit a site plan instead of an aerial view with the home superimposed. Site plan to include pedestrian connections, topographic lines, and grading lines.
Thank you, Nicole. And just, I neglected to state this. I had an ex parte meeting with the planner and the applicants to discuss many of those issues. And I am really looking forward to seeing what they present to us today based on that conversation and the drawings that they presented at that time. So with that, is it Remo or Mel or one of the two of you going to be doing this presentation?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
This is okay. There is Melvin and Remo. So let me get started, and then Melvin can take over.
Perfect.
Okay. Let's. Can I get the mouse? There? So. Okay. Here it's over. Looks a little bit about the outside. You see the private road coming from the top, and then you see the entryway go to the house, and then you see the back patio, and then we have some steps going down to the pool area, and then on how do you say that on the other side, the pool area, that's where we're gonna build the agriculture structure. So if we go to the next page. To the next page. Go to this page? No, go to this. No, I want to go to the house. The front house. This is. Well, we can start with this one. Do you ask me for more information about the existing patio that's in the upper right corner?
Yeah, my connection is really slow today. I apologize for that. There we go. Let's see.
The upper right corner. This is the existing patio with solar panel on top, and then you ask me for dimension, and then the other one is the lean on structure. When you go to the left, they ask for the lean on structure, and he also has solar on top. And with all the dimension on it.
And this is the existing barn area and the lean-on structure.
I'll go to the next page. Can you go through the house first? No. So this is the house. There we go. You asked me, to make this front entryway much bigger. So we try to enlarge it basically as much as we could. And then you see the garage door with the glass in it. So then you see the elevation.
You could see the new entry. I think it really adds to the exterior, and I appreciate the suggestions. And we want to thank Eric too, with the plan, and he kind of clarified some things with us. And so we, you can see the entry is much more grand, and I think it really adds to the exterior look of the house. But there's a side, and this is the back side. You can see how the porch comes all the way around to the side here, and then this is going to the back, and then you'll see how the back porch, the raised deck area. And you can see that much clearer. I have a blow-up of the surrounding deck, and you can see here's the roof overhang at the entry. And it allows you also to walk all the way around the side to the rear. But this is the front door here, and then the big great room, kitchen, and then there's the folding doors that open up to a substantial opening I think to tie in this whole deck area. Okay. And then this is the steps that he had mentioned earlier that goes toward the pool area. Then these will all be pavers. And let's go back to the overall site plan so you could. So you had asked about, so we're gonna put some, there's an existing fence that's comes about right here, so like a 9-foot cedar fence. We're gonna continue, the 9-foot fence comes here and along here. We're gonna continue the cedar fence along this way, and this is where the new ag building is. And that's, you asked about creating some kind of separation of our pool and the main residence, you know, vehicle parking and that. And so by having the cedar fence, it kind of isolates the pool and the patio cover, you know, in its own area. You'll still see the existing barn on the side here, but we kind of wanted to separate the barn and the new ag barn, because that's mainly going to be like his working area. And, you know, we have another entry that comes into this area. So by putting the cedar fence, it kind of separates that. Then up here on the southwest side, it's going to be a wrought iron fence that comes back around here. And there'll be a gate, and it comes back around this way to the side of the existing barn, and there'll be another gate. But so parking to get to this area of the existing barn will remain. And I think that, with that being said, all the, you know, this pool area is kind of standalone itself, and the existing barn and the new barn, we wanted to keep those like in its own space. And so we thought about that. And so the existing barn is red in color. And I will be showing you colors and photos and elevations in a bit here. But we wanted to keep the barn, the new barn, to be as far as color and access, you know, from the rear side. So let's see here. I think we can move to the colors now. So this is the elevations of the new ag barn, and this is the existing barn, and we want to keep them very similar in color and style. But like I said, the fence will still separate the pool area from the barn. And oh my, I got stuck again. Okay, here we go. So this is the fence I was talking to you about. That's the new egg barn will be in the back here, and this will be the covered area. And then, you know, in the back side of this is where the pool, the wrought iron fence goes back in here and back around, and the new main residence will be up above over here. There's the cedar fence, wrought iron fence. This is details of the lean-on structure, the solar panels that are above on that the lean-on structure. these are the pavers that we will be using around the house and part of the drive. The main residence we show now with this new roof entry. I think it makes it more of a presentable entry, and we've actually added some lights to the garage door. There will be the standing seam metal roof, stucco exterior. Our light features or fixtures will be, limited, around mainly our entry areas. And then you can see the barn in there. But any questions? But I think we're open now for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Do we have any questions from the board? It's a resounding silence. Could you, gentlemen, start and just go one by one through each of your sheets so that we can see the whole sheet?
Okay. A cover sheet.
Yeah, there you go. And then go to the next one.
Yeah. And then we have the existing topo drawing.
Got it. And the next one?
And then a new site plan, grading plan that shows.
Which is much
all
easier to
the
read.
new-
Thank you.
Yeah,
Next one, the patio.
yeah.
Next one down. Yeah.
And then this one shows a section of the proposed residence down the existing pool, the new barn, and then there's a creek toward the rear, toward the bottom side. This shows the lean-on structure, and then the existing or the proposed
Patio. Got it.
patio cover.
Right. There's your
the
ag
new
building.
Ag building.
Could
Yep.
you,
And
we
then-
didn't, well, go back. We didn't really look at that one. Would you like to zoom in a little bit on those elevations up there? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, for the flood control, because this is going to be in the flood area, we were asked to put these so-called flood gates, and to allow, and they were supposed to be free swinging so that if and when, a flood or so, they would just automatically allow the water to pass through.
Okay. Do you have any lighting fixtures proposed on this structure?
No. At this point, we didn't have any.
Okay. All right.
But
So
yeah.
just zoom back out a little bit. That's plenty. All right. Can we go to the next sheet, 1.4? Okay.
This is
So
the
we,
blow up. Yeah.
right. We looked at that one. The next one. Yep. So that's your floor plan. Okay. And then the roof plan. All right. And the sections. Okay. And then your elevation. So we did look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you've got
Window
window
door schedule.
doors. And the next one? That's your
Interior
interiors,
elevation.
right?
Yeah.
Interiors again. Your detail sheet there.
Yep.
Okay, so this is for the house, right?
Correct.
Okay, and there's
then,
your lighting plan.
Right.
Okay. All right, so board, I think that's all of them. Does anybody have any questions one more time and then we'll call for public comment? All right, so Leah, do we have any public comment requests?
I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna go to the board. Puck, do you want to dive in? I know I've been calling on you all day.
No, it's okay. Can we go back to the site plan? I think the elevation of the house has really come a long way. And I appreciate also all the time that you took organizing the details of the site plan and actually thinking through all the different elevation changes and connections and that sort of thing. I'm sorry, I may have missed it. What are the windows? What kind of windows are you using? Because I feel on this, I think the house has gone in a very good direction, and I think the way the windows are treated in the structure will be really important, just the way they're detailed. Okay. Are they like a vinyl clad or something?
Mel, you want to answer that?
Melvin, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. There'll be aluminum clad and wood interior.
But they're painted aluminum on the outside.
Yes, yeah, there'll be.
Okay. I just.
Yeah.
So they'll be white. I just, my only comment on that is the house is actually fairly modern at this point, and with the door detailing and things, and you might think about a darker color for the posts, for the porch posts and the window trim that's actually darker than the stucco. I think it might it just, I don't think the white, it doesn't feel like a sort of a cottage to me, or a more traditional house that might have white trim. And if we could just go back to the site plan, I really appreciate how much you've thought everything out, but it does seem like they're just huge amounts of paving. What is the dimension of the pool? Is that like 20 by 40 or something? Or 12 by 30? I'm just saying that when you look at all the paving, it just seems like, and there could be some opportunities, like against the existing metal barn, to have maybe a planter or something, or in some of the corners. It just seems a little unrelenting. And of course, part of it is the computer pattern that you're using, but that is a lot of concrete pavers. And so I would like to see I think now you've sort of figured out your site plan and really have an understanding of how everything relates to one another. And now there's an opportunity to, now that you have the bones, put, sort of soften those bones a little bit, and also create, just environmentally with the kind of summers we're having, see opportunities where you might be able to have some shade from trees, or just some additional greenery that's kind of living and breathing. So those are my comments.
Okay, Cass?
I would agree with Puck's comments. I think I think that the pool is sort of diminished by the amount of paving. So I think that either making the area of the paving smaller, or adding, planting to screen from the barns and other elements to add a little bit more of an intrigue sequence from the house coming down to the pool, and then when you are at the pool. Also, I agree with what Puck has said. Appreciate the work that's been done, and where you've gotten to. Could we look at the elevation, the front elevation of the house, please? I also agree with the comments that have been made about the colors. It feels I'd like to see it kind of tie in more with the whole ranch situation here, with the barns, and that it is a working ranch property, and I like to see the house kind of tie into that a little bit more. Maybe the comments that Puck made are good. Perhaps the garage door could be a little different, something that ties in with more of a ranch style. And I would have the same comment about the barn, the new barn, that garage door could be something more interesting. Also, I believe there would be, I don't see the lights, maybe with some lighting on either side of that, just to kind of bring it into more of a barn vernacular. And also the color could be something different. Other than that, I think it's, I would also think that the color of the barn, the new barn and the old barn can match instead of being similar. I would try to match them as closely as possible. And I think that those are all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Brett?
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't see this on the first submittals, but it always bothers me when somebody puts a garage door facing the street. And, I know a lot of people say they'll keep their garage door closed, but most people use their garages for things other than cars. And it just doesn't seem like good design practice to face a garage to the street, especially when you have this much area that you could turn it so that people on the street don't have to look at the garage. And I agree with the other board members. It just seems really harsh with all this paving. And especially with the heat that we're getting here lately, it's going to reflect a bunch of heat back up. And it just seems that with the different buildings that are on this site, the different shapes, I know we're not supposed to suggest that landscaping screen buildings, but I think just the fact that there's so many different structures and shapes and sizes, that substantial landscape would go a long way to mitigate the jumble of structures. I mean, you could cut that patio area in half and create quite a bit of landscaping around these buildings to help screen them. The structure you're calling a lean-on structure, is that I guess that's the solar panel structure sitting here next to the pool. That has a shed roof on it, and you don't have anything else. You've got gables. I can't remember all the shapes here, but it just seems like that structure should maybe have a gable on it that relates a little bit more to the other structures on site. And so, yeah, that's the one comment on that. And then the barn structure shows divided light windows. And then you have just standard single pane windows throughout the house. I'm just wondering why the two are different. But the house is, in my way of looking at the house, it's wanting some detail. It just seems so stripped down. And the enlarged porch still has a really spindly look about it. It's just been expanded, but it's still really spindly. I don't know what size these posts are, but boxing out and creating something that's maybe a foot or maybe even bigger in square with maybe a base on it or something, but it just comes off as really spindly to me. The trim around the windows could be improved to just add some detail. So yeah, that's that on the house. And then I think that's about all I got to say.
Okay, thank you, Brett. That means Robin.
I concur with the previous comments, and I agree with Brett's comment about landscaping. I think landscaping could go a long way here. And I also agree with Brett in regard to the front entryway of the house. I think it needs more. It is spindly. The columns are spindly. The windows could use something, some fenestration or something to bring attention to it. It does seem very plain. But I think the big thing for me is the landscaping. I think we could really use some landscaping.
Okay. Alan.
I agree with the last two comments. I'm especially concerned with the pavers and Brett's comment about the heat that's going to be retained. And other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Lowell. Oh, sorry. You're conflicted on this one. I almost forgot. Remember just in time. Okay, so that's fine. Then I'm going to come to my comments, and I just want to reiterate that this project has come an enormous distance. I'm glad, very pleased to hear that the applicant has really taken our comments and kind of run with them, and in the spirit they were intended, if you will, and has really brought this up to another level. I think despite the fact that the little border wall around I guess it's to the east of the pool, even though that's existing, and I appreciate that, and that you have basically a large area around that pool, it really is just a real heat sink, and it is going to reflect the out off of there with the extent of this paving. And so I think that what we'd like to see is what I'd like to see, and what I've heard from the other board members, is that we could really do with a landscape plan at this point. I would encourage the applicant to decide on whether there is going to be any lighting on the egg barn. I'm not necessarily for or against, but knowing that you're going to be kept to whatever's approved, if you're going to have lighting on it, let's go ahead and get it in there now. Or at least as a part of this process. I have some concerns about circling the residents with the paving. I understand the reasons why you're doing that to help your circulation, but you're also basically islanding the home with a lot of that, again, reflected heat. So I'm really excited to see whatever can be accomplished with landscaping on this. The house has come a long way. With regard to the colors, I don't know. I will defer to what the rest of the board has said about the trim colors. And I appreciate your detailing. I really want to mention lastly the fence, the wrought iron fence, the new one. That's a wonderful. You have a really nice location that has taken into account the usability for vehicles and worked around that existing curbing that's curved. And I appreciate the fact that you've got a picture on your color boards that shows that wrought iron fence. But for final, you're going to need to, that's the one down at the bottom there. Thank you for including that, but you're going to need a detail for final, and it could be a part, the same with the wood fence, unless you're matching exactly the existing, in which case that can be noted on the plans to match existing. But the wrought iron fence, we're going to need a detail because I don't believe there's any existing on site at this time. So those are my comments. I echo what everybody else has said. I'm not, I like the colors, the fact that it wasn't a perfect match is fine with me as far as the barn, the existing barn, the red barn, and the new ag building. I think Cass was talking about this, and just to clarify, it sounds like if you can match the color on the barn exactly, that would be fine. But if it's got to be different, I actually like what's shown on my screen as a differentiate. You're still in the same neighborhood, but it's not so close it looks like a miss. You know what I mean? Because sometimes if you go for an exact color match and you don't quite make it and it's off just a little bit, it winds up looking worse than if you deliberately just gone off a shade, which is what I'm seeing on the screen, and I kind of like that. So those are my comments. They are here today for preliminary, conceptual and preliminary. What's the pleasure of the board? Or do we have a, I'm sorry, we got right into comments, Nicole, I'm sorry. Leah, did I ask you if we had any members of the public for this? I'm sorry, my brain's gone.
I think that you did.
Okay.
Way we don't have any requests to speak.
Okay, just to go back. All right. So sorry, it must be lack of lunch. My blood sugar must be low. So what's the pleasure of the board, folks? I'm willing to entertain a motion.
You know, I think it's still, I know they put a lot of work in this, but there's still some design elements, you know, unless they can make some changes based on comments, I'd like to see come back for another
preliminary
look.
final?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I don't know what the rest of the board thinks.
Yep.
I'd like to see it come back for preliminary.
Okay. With the landscape plan and taking a look at the concerns specifically and especially the paving, the extent of the paving.
I think
And
the extent of the paving, a landscape plan, and really looking at, you know, if you're choosing to do a house with this kind of style, then the details really need to be well proportioned and very well articulated, not sort of just a stock item. They're the language of the house. These windows and posts, and that's all we've got. So that's where everybody's eye is going to be, and I think it's a little underwhelming at this point.
okay. So it sounds like the balance of the board is that project's come a really long way. It's very clear now what items need to be addressed, and it's landscape, extent of the paving, and a little focus on the colors, perhaps, and as well as the detailing and proportioning, so on and so forth on the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Nicole, I think that pretty well sums up the comments for you. I think that's a good list of comments for the applicant. So I think the next question we have 3 more items. Leah I think would like to have a break for lunch. We could either break for 30, 45, or 60 minutes. What's the pleasure of the board? You want to take a full lunch?
I've got some items to address this afternoon. The sooner the better for me.
Okay, is everybody comfortable with a 30 or a 40-minute break for lunch?
Let's go for 30 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, 30.
Okay, so Leah, I think the consensus is a 30-minute break. So back at 12:30.
Yep, that sounds great. I already have the email drafted. I'll send it out to the applicants.
Wunderbar. Thank you very much. So I don't know what you need to do on your end, but I'm just gonna set my headphones down and walk away.
Hi, is anybody here?
I am.
I am.
Burke, I'm here.
I'm back, Brett.
I'm back.
All right. Leah will be here in just a few minutes, and when she is, we'll get going. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
This is Dave Burke. Is my audio working?
We
It
can
is,
hear-
Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, Leah, just let us know when you're ready for us to go, and I'll call the next item, and we'll go from there.
All righty, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, so we're reconvening the C-Bar meeting after our lunch break. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, 20 Bar 99 Piazza Tier 1 Winery Wine Storage Building. It appears there are some minutes, comments from the September meeting this year. Could I have Nicole read them for us, please, while the design team gets set up to present the drawings that they submitted, and only the drawings they submitted?
You want the September minutes?
I think that was the most recent hearing, wasn't it?
Number 11th.
Okay, September 11th. Go for those, Nicole.
Okay, 1 second.
And Mr. Burke, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen and get set up for us. Or whoever's presenting can.
That's me. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we got it. Why don't you go ahead, Nicole?
Okay. So for September 11th, the comments are as follows. Study ways to bring the existing barn and propose the Piazza Winery, right? Yeah. To bring the existing barn and proposed structure together so that they respond to each other. The character of the building should be in keeping with each other. Try to make the proposed new structure look more like the existing barn. Pick up on the stylistic cues of the existing barn. The structure is currently proposed as too industrial and should be more agrarian in style. Would like the door to be more rural in feeling, perhaps a wood roll-up door. Window wall lights should be recessed. Would like to see revegetation of disturbed areas to be very well considered in order to help the building fit into the landscape instead of sitting on a manufactured 2-to-1 slope. Concerned about visibility of structure from public roads, please provide photos from area roadways, Tapadero Road, etc. Identify existing plant materials, species, and size, and propose plantings. Grading appears very engineered. Would like to see how grading will be feathered in. Concerned about light emission from the proposed door. Would like to see something that will emit less light, such as a wooden door. Provide more site photos and more photos of the existing barn. Need finished elevations to be sure to Need finished elevations. Be sure to show light fixtures on the elevations. And that's all.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Mr. Burke, do you want to go ahead and do your presentation and address those as much as you could?
All right, I'll start with sort of the whole idea about getting this new barn to look similar to the existing barn on the property.
You might want to just refresh us where we're at real quick. I mean, just so everybody's on the same page.
What do you mean?
Vicinity, location, that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is up at the top of Tapadero Canyon, outside of Los Olivos. It's the site's up here at the top of the hill. And matter of fact, there was a question about whether the property could be visible from Tapadero Canyon or Ballard Canyon Road over here. And there's a ridge right here. So from anywhere on Ballard Canyon Road, you really can't see over the top to see the property that's on the other side.
Okay.
So, and it's basically the building is right there, and it's basically the top of the hill. This is our color board. What we're trying to do here is attempt to make the new barn look closer to the existing barn. We changed the color to a more cool straw gold, which is more in keeping with what is in the existing barn. The siding and board and bat here this is basically a hardy board panel with 1/4 by 2 bats on it. So it's not a really shadow producing type of pattern. So the reason I put the picture down here of this real barn using the panel rib siding that we propose to use on the new building, you can see that it's got panel rib on its own is sort of made to look like board and bat siding. And there was a discussion, some comments about possibly taking some wood paneling or wood siding and trying to put it in vertically in the grooves to make it look more like a wood building. And I played around with that idea a little bit, and it doesn't really fit very well in the panels. And besides that, it's very expensive to do something like that. And I think that at the end of the day, the board and bat appearance, you can see here that the panels, the raised panels are 12 inches on center that have a very similar look to a board and bat. So I'm proposing that we stick with that, and that this is a kind of a standard pre-engineered metal building. This is a nice siding that comes from the factory, and the panels will be colored to match the existing building, and the roof will be a dark color to match the asphalt shingles on the existing roof. There was discussion about the door. We decided to go with a horizontal sliding barn door. And the reason for that is it doesn't have to be wide open all the time. So if you're not driving a tractor through it or a car, you can actually just leave it open wide enough for one person to go through. And he does have openings into the building on the west side. So that's one way to minimize the light pollution coming out into the site. And we also showed the light fixtures that are going to be placed over the door and lighting the walkway down the side of the building. This is the light fixture that we're proposing to use. It's the dark sky type fixture, and it'll have the LED lights. The window, originally last time we had these plastic skylight panels that were up here near the top of the building. So now we've gone with double hung windows that will have a mutton layout in them to make them look more farm-like, if you will. This is the existing building, the existing site. This is the view from Ballard Canyon Road, looking over the ridge I was just discussing. Our property is project is right on the other side of that ridge, so you can see it's not really visible from the road. And down at the bottom here, this is the existing landscaping, and when we get to the landscape plan, you'll see that what we've really tried to do is mimic this growth all along the frontage to basically screen the building from the road. And the new building will be going right in this area right here, and there'll be a driveway going across so he can get his forklift across with wine barrels from the existing barn over to the new barn where he'll be doing storage and fermentation and so on. This is a kind of a layout showing the existing barn, the existing roof. This will be the concrete driveway coming across. This area right here is already concrete, and he's got his forklift set up over there, so he wants to be able to have a smooth driveway coming across to get into the new building. We flipped the building over from what it was last time. When we came in before, we had the bathroom and the office on the east side, and we decided to put it on the west side because that gives him access out. It gives the bathroom access to the septic system, and it worked better from just an operational standpoint. This is the landscape plan. We've basically identified the existing trees that were asked to be identified. We've shown how we're going to take the graded slope and round it out and sort of blend it into the pasture below and plant it out, not just with ground cover, but with some decent looking plants that will give the building, break up the building a little bit. And then along the roadway outside, we'll have a lot of foliage to help screen the building. This is existing landscaping on this side of the street, or this side of the property. This is a view of the site from Google Earth. And so you can see that right now we'll end up finishing the landscaping along this side, and not much to say there. And this is the barn. These two trees were removed, and this is just sort of a blown up site showing that we're going to be putting in a water storage wine separating tank on the to pick up the existing wine waste that gets pumped out into the vineyard. This is the elevations. We see we've got our sliding door that can open all the way, but probably will be maybe not used very often, but if it is used, it can only be opened a little bit. We got our light fixtures. We got our windows shown with the different muttons, gutters and downspouts, and we have two doors accessible on the west side. We do show how the grade comes off the building. On the north side is where the building sits on about 5 or 6 feet of fill, and that grades off to the side, and on the other end of the building, it's sitting pretty much at grade. So that pretty much ends my presentation.
All right, thank you. That was very succinct, and we really appreciate it. Do we have any questions from the board before I move to public comment?
I have a question on the end of the building where it sits on 5 to 6 feet of fill. Is there a door on that end?
No.
Okay.
No.
And what is that slope? Is it a 2-to-1 slope, a 4-to-1?
It's a 2-to-1 slope.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, any other questions for clarification?
I have one question.
Yes, Cass.
On the same elevation, just that window that is on the left side, up, the one that's, yeah, right.
The
there.
east elevation or the west?
I wonder if I can read it. Yeah, east. So
Yeah, yeah.
the breakups of the windows on that one, what's going on there? Maybe you could explain. There's a thicker, is one of those operable, or are we seeing something on the other side of the wall?
These are, so you're actually, that's a good question. This is what it's supposed to look like here. It's basically a double hung window.
Right.
So,
And then she's asking that thick bar just to the left of where that mouse cursor was. Yeah.
that's a view that's something on the inside of the building looking through the glass.
Is that a wall?
I think it's a wall of the office and bathroom.
So it's way on the other side of the building.
Yeah, so see that window's looking right here.
Oh, I see. I got it. Okay.
So it must be looking in at this.
All right. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. And then also, I noticed in the image that you showed of a sample, it had on the corners, yeah, over here, lower right.
Lower right. Yep.
Corners have a dark, I don't know if it's a gutter or if it's a trim or something.
It could be trim or gutters. In our case, the corner trim will be the same color as the building.
Okay.
Hiding. And I just thought this was a good picture to give you an idea that the panel rib does give you sort of that vertical board and bat feel, but more than any other paneling that there is out there.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Leah, do we have any public participants who wish to comment?
I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay. So let's come back to the full board. Puck, you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, I think it is definitely an improvement over what we saw the last time. I want to make sure the landscaping along the street is basically enough of a scale to really work with that building. It was hard for me to see on the
Landscape plan?
screen.
There you go, Puck.
Yeah. What are those trees in the front?
These are.
I think there's an arbutus, and then there's
Quercus
at
lobata.
least one oak. Yeah.
And then there's another. Oh, those are olives. Okay. I think that's okay. I'm concerned really more about the grading. It's a 2-to-1 slope is just so unnatural as a straight graded slope. And it's very difficult to plant. And I would really like to see that extended to at least 3-to-1 so that it doesn't feel like, I mean, 2-to-1, it's practically sitting on a constructed plinth, which just does not feel right along that road. I'm pretty familiar with that road. I just don't want to see it just kind of, even if it's planted, it will still feel like it's kind of erupting. I think it's got to tie into the surrounding grades in a more gentle fashion. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Cass? Did we lose you, Cass?
Sorry, it's that mute button. I was hoping that one of the landscape people would talk about the trees that were being removed. I'll leave that to you guys to address. I didn't know whether it was possible to keep them and slide the building over, but I'll leave that to you guys to address. And other than that, I think I think this is good for what it is, and I appreciate the door, the sliding door and the wood, and I think the color. Could we look at that color chart again, real quick? So that color, that sort of straw color, is the one that kind of matches best what's there.
Yes.
Yeah, you can check that out, and that's the color that seems to go the best. So I think, oh, and then what are the windows?
They're white.
White. Maybe want to look at that and see if that's the best color. Maybe a darker color might be better. And then my only other comment was maybe to lower the light fixtures down a little bit and have them be closer to the ground or to the next side of the window or door, possibly, to just as a aesthetic arrangement, and also to keep the light closer to the ground as it comes out of the light fixture. That's all I had. I think it's, pretty good for a metal prefab.
Okay. Brett?
Yeah, I don't have any issues with it. I think it looks fine.
Okay. Robin?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Alan?
No comments.
Okay. Lowell?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. I think I would echo the comments already made. In general, broadly speaking, seems okay. With regard to what Cass was asking about the tree removals, we did discuss that quite a bit last time, and the applicant can confirm for me, but I believe they're pepper trees.
There are pepper trees and they've already been removed.
So there you go. And I think we were fine with that last time. So I did have a question about the windows that was answered, the mullions, the breakup in the window panes. I am, such as Puck mentioned, I'm pretty concerned, especially since it was one of the primary comments from last time was with regard to that slope. Can you go back to were you showing the grading? I think it's the one on the bottom. 103? Yeah. So when we look at this, it's just a plain old cheapest, most, and in fact, you actually couldn't, I don't believe you could construct a slope that would stay in place with exactly those contours. And I'm not sure what the issue is, why it's all crowded in on what would be the left-hand side of the drawing. You definitely have room on what is the bottom of the drawing, coming back towards that septic to definitely start to feather in. But there's been, the comment wasn't addressed at all. I mean, this is, as far as my recollection, exactly what we looked at last time. And it really needs to be better addressed. Even if you are constrained by a property line on the left-hand side, on the top and the bottom, the east and the west sides of the building, you definitely have some space in which to bring those topo lines out and actually get some more effective drainage. The way that's going, it's gonna fight. I mean, what you're trying to do, what you got there. So I really think you need to study that, especially on the east and west sides. And those slopes need to be landscaped as well. You want to flip to the landscape plan real quick for me? Yeah, could you zoom in just a little? Now, I appreciated your comment about, across the drive. Scroll down the page a little. Keep going. So you indicated that, oh, these are existing. Okay, so it would be nice if there was some other way of defining that graphically, but that's not a requirement. Except as it,
and what's new.
yeah, what's new and what's existing, because I'm having a little issue understanding on the other side, on that north side of the drive. Is that all new? Because you made a comment at one point during your presentation that you were going to finish the landscaping on that side, because there is some landscaping there. Is that all new?
Most of this right here is existing.
Mm-hmm.
And so this area here, we're extending and running it down the rest of the.
Okay, well, I just appreciate a little bit of clarity graphically as to, with the symbols, what's new and what's existing. It's nice that the symbols indicate very clearly whether it's existing or new. They indicate, what plant it is. That's really clear, but it's, I'm having a little trouble just determining what the extent of the existing to remain is.
Okay.
And then if we look at the slope in the back, that's fine. I mean, I can see how they're doing them, and it looks like they're going out onto the other side of that fence line.
The Rob Fowler, the landscape architect, he pushed it on out there, but we don't really want to go past this fence line because he's got plants over there that we don't want to go there. We can spread it out to the west without much of a problem, and I understand your concept there. This is all pretty much a grade on the east side, so.
Well, it won't be if they do exactly what's shown there on the grading.
It'll be down. Well, actually, yeah, that's up about 4 feet.
Yeah.
About 2
So, and that the east and the west sides really need to be feathered back in, and it needs what you need to accomplish is you need to make it look more like a hillside and not a manufactured plinth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, economically, this is all import dirt, so I was trying to minimize how much dirt we have to bring in.
Yeah, I understand, but I think you'd be hard pressed to do exactly that anyway. That's not what it's going to look like.
Yeah. All right.
So,
we'll do that.
That's just my experience. So, okay. So those are our comments. Now, the project is agendized for conceptual and preliminary approval. Does anyone have any further comment they wish to make, or any further input on any action we take today? Can I hear from the board?
Is the line, the fence line where this A is, where all these trees labeled A are, is that a property line or is that just a fence line?
That's a fence line between two corrals.
Okay, so that's your property. Okay. Okay, that's all. I just need clarification.
This is his property up here as well, but like I say, we want to try to
Okay.
keep it out of that field if we can.
I just think if you undulated that slope a little bit, granted it takes a little more import, but if you just made it look a little, you're probably not going to follow the contours of the existing grade, but if you undulated it a little bit and made it look a little bit more natural,
Well, if we
like the
do
line you got here.
3-to-1, it'll probably come out looking about like what this outline is here.
Yeah, I think
3-to-1 would be nice. And then if you could, that's good. But if you could start to loosen up the tails so that would they tie in, because there's no way, for example, on the east side, road side, Tapadero, that, you know, you're not going to come into that. I mean, the topo line you're hitting and meeting in with is the one that's angling off towards the road. I sincerely doubt you're going to leave that as a V. No, further up. Yep, right there.
Right here.
No, right. Go. Stop moving. Right there to your left. That's where one of them tees in. Yeah. And then that one continues down and ties into the other V down below. That I sincerely doubt that that's really what's going to happen. You're going to wind up with a curve there, even if you wind up with a swale, if I'm understanding the topo correctly.
Yeah, there'll be a little swale going around the building here.
Correct. But it's not going to be a V because you're not putting it in with concrete, which I don't want you to do.
There'll be a shaped.
Right, but it's not gonna V in like that. So it's gonna tail around and make a little loop into that. That's actually what you'll construct. And that's all I'm asking that's what I'm asking you to put on the page.
I see.
And the same holds true with these other, when you're tying back in over here, you can expand it out a little bit and tie into in a slightly more graceful and open method so that it looks less like an engineered slope and more like it could have just been a promontory that was there. That's kind of the effect we're trying to go for.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's what the comment from the previous meeting was about.
Well, I thought we dealt with it, but I thought this was an indication that we were going to spread it out. I hadn't thought about just changing the contours, but this is sort of what we had in mind.
Okay. So coming back to the board, any more comment? And how do we want to proceed today?
I think he can come back final on consent, actually, if he just follows the direction that we've given him.
Well, he's gonna see the full board anyway. So let me see if I'm understanding something. Lowell, you're saying take the preliminary action today with the conditions regarding the grading and the grading and the rest of the suggestions and the rest of the comments and return for final. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, return for final is fine. Yes, the return for final, because I think the comments are not onerous. They're fairly simple to follow and basic.
Okay. Anybody else?
I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion for preliminary with the conditions regarding the grading?
I'll make the motion
ahead.
for conditions with
tell you
approval
what.
for final.
Tell you what, Lowell,
Sorry.
instead of you doing it, I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. So I'd like to make a motion to grant preliminary approval of the project with the following conditions regarding the grading: that the slope be, the manufactured portion of the slope be no more than 3-to-1, that the east and west edges especially broaden out more than that if possible, and that it's a requirement that the tails feather in a little more as they're actually going to be constructed on site. The rest of the comments were, I'll go over those later, but that's the motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
That was Brett and somebody else.
Fine.
Force it.
Okay, we'll take Brett as the second. Any further comment? Nicole, do you need anything before I have Leah call the roll?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Leah, you want to take the vote, which I think is just the 5 board members?
Bethany?
Aye.
Huck?
Aye.
Robin?
Aye.
Brett?
Aye.
And Cass?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, item number 6, 20 bar 111 Brewer single family dwelling. That was continued from October. If we could have the applicant go ahead and get set up for the presentation, sharing the screen, etc. And Nicole, if you could read the comments from the minutes, as I'm sure they were amended, since you have them.
Okay, 1 second.
No worries.
And Gretchen, you should be set up for screen sharing whenever you're ready.
Okay, so the minutes for Brewer from October 9th are as follows. Provide a grading plan showing areas of proposed grading and retaining walls, how the deck will tie into the grade. Provide a site plan that conveys how you want the new home to sit on the knoll. Concerned about the amount of glazing and solar heat gain, particularly to the south, consider preparing solar studies to determine needed overhang/shade element. A 3D model would be helpful to better understand the proposal. Concerned about black glass and how it will look. Provide higher quality graphics to depict finishes more clearly on the elevations. Concerned about light emission from all the glazing. Like the direction the project is going, show exterior lighting on elevations and plans. And that's it.
All right. Gretchen, are you ready to present? I'm not seeing anything on our screen.
Unmute. Start share screen. Is it
Wonderful.
There? Okay, so just to remind you, this is a remodel, and the existing house that's sitting basically in the same location just doesn't afford, because of the eaves, doesn't afford much of a view of this spectacular site. So the view to the really what's driving this, and that's what you're seeing on the top of these 3D renderings. And just to address something, we're looking at this, I think that you were concerned about the shading. I hope that this model helps you with that. And also the black glass that was a concern that's on the garage doors as well as on the entry of the building. I think that you can see that here, as well as here. Let me also shift to the elevations. And what you're seeing here, just as in the last project, you're seeing this sort of built through the glass. You're seeing actually through this, on the south elevation, through all the way to the front door. Not to be confused, as well as at the entry, you're seeing the mullions on glass at the back. But so we are still the black, the black glass on there we go, on the garage doors, as well as on the entry. And the shading that you see on the south side, that you see that we have all these different shading canopies here. And so there's an overhang on the main roof, as well as another one that's shading pretty much that whole area of that southern glass. And there was also a question or concern about light emission. In this house, actually, it's on Tapadero Road, the road that we just saw in the project before. It's a little bit down the hill from that. And there's just moments that you can see this house. I mean, it's really, you can't see it from much of anywhere. But in terms of the light emission or light pollution that would be caused from this southern window here, that we plan on using some remote controlled shading devices for the nighttime on the tops of the doors, but we can't do that over the doors. So that, and then in all the other windows, there will be we will arrange for window shading. So I hope that will solve the light emission. And the other thing that you were concerned about, to address the next, is the here, let's go to, here we have a grading plan, and here is the deck and the pool, and here is where we're feathering in the existing grade to the deck. And I think we could go back to the elevations in a second, but I mean, very little of this will show. And here's a section through the deck and its relationship to the pool. And this is the relationship over here to the grade that we've brought to the top. There, we'll build a little retaining wall, and we'll have a waste slab which drains to a trench drain, and then the deck will be supported on voice. Let's see, and the lights. Okay, let's go to this is a barn light that is a dark sky fixture that's LED, and it will be solid brass. And oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. The other question was the shading over the pool. And actually, this is a photograph here that shows what this pool will look like. It will have, this is the Ipe deck that we will be using, as well as the pool will have 12-inch high sides all around it. And so actually the pool and the deck are never connected. And we will connect a removable sunshade to the shallow part of the pool and up to the canopy over the doors. And let's see, I think that pretty much covers your questions. Okay.
Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions for Gretchen? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Leah, do we have any requests to speak?
I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, so how about we do something different? Cass, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you, and thank you for this really nice presentation. I think it's really a nice project, and I really don't have any further comments.
Great, thank you, Cass.
Really
okay.
Beautiful.
Puck?
Sorry. I think Gretchen has answered all of my questions from the last time. And I do feel that she's addressed the grading issues, and the elevations are more understandable. So I'm fine with the project the way as it's presented.
Okay, Brett.
I'm fine with everything. Looks good.
Okay, Robin.
I concur. Good project.
Alan.
I'm good with it.
Lowell. Did I lose Lowell?
I think he recused himself.
Was this the other one he recused
Yeah,
himself from?
yes.
Okay, I'm slow. I must have missed that one. Okay, and I don't have any further comment. That was a very nice presentation. Seemed to have addressed
you.
all of the comments from last time. So from one of the 5 main board members, I would entertain a motion for preliminary approval.
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was Brett, I think.
Cass.
Oh, it was Cass. Sorry, I should have known. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Leah, why don't you call the vote?
Probably help if I unmuted myself. Let's see. Bethany?
Aye.
Puck?
Aye.
Robin?
Aye.
Brett?
Aye.
And Cass?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and she can return for final. It could even be consent if everything's worked out.
Thank you.
Item number 7, 19 bar 13 Skyline Trust Development. This one was continued from February of 19, it looks like. If we could have the applicant go ahead and get prepped with sharing their screen, that would be excellent. And Nicole, in the meantime, if you could, if you haven't already, grab the comments and go ahead and read them to us.
So these comments are in the minutes that I have for today. So it says, and these should be from the last meeting, which looks like it was February 2019.
Okay.
Here are the comments. Site appears to be subject to hillside ridgeline requirements. Cabana appears to exceed the hillside ridgeline height limit, and the residence appears close to the limit. At some point in the future, a site visit and story poles will be required. Provide an up-to-date land survey. Style doesn't read as residential, appears boxy and industrial. Break up massing, use darker colors. Provide a design with a cohesive architectural style. Lower plate heights are preferable. Prefer forms that read as residential or agrarian. Show light fixtures on plans. Lighting should be full cutoff. May wish to bring in a selection of paint chip samples. Design of residence reads as modern and commercial due to the overall scale, forms, and proposed materials. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you, Nicole. Leah, do we have an applicant?
Hi. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Harrison. I'm the agent for the applicant.
Okay.
Actually going to have the share screen with the architect, Jeff Baggy from Steve Puglisi Design. I'm going to provide some comments, but so if you can share with him.
Give me just a second. You said his name was Jeff?
Yes, Jeff Baggy. B-A-G-U-E. I don't know if I see him on there.
I don't see him on the list.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't see him in the attendees either.
Interesting. I'm texting him right now. guessing he's having trouble logging on, but hopefully he'll be on in a minute.
There was a lot of that going around this morning, so.
Yeah. So I can provide, so in the beginning of his presentation, he just had some aerial photos and stuff, which we can still look at when he arrives, but unfortunately we need him to go through the design response and current design.
Understood.
If you'd like me to start, I'm happy to.
Oh, it looks like we got somebody calling in.
Okay. There he is.
There he is.
Okay. All right, Jeff, you should be good to go whenever you're ready.
Hi, Jeff Baggy. I'm here to talk about the Skyline Trust.
Jeff, would you like me to give some intro comments first?
Yeah, Alicia's gonna.
That's
Go ahead.
fine, but it'd be great if you guys could get your drawings up on the screen and the of whatever was submitted, the most recent submittal, and at least show us where we are because it's been a while.
Right.
And then go ahead and hit the ground running with your presentation, please.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
So go ahead and pull those up,
Hold
Jeff.
on, let me.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Yes, as you noted, we haven't been before you since February 2019. And what we decided to do, we came to your board prior to making a formal submittal to the county for the development plan revision, which we're currently in the process for. And so after receiving your comments, we went ahead and prepared all of our technical studies, submitted to the county, and we've worked closely with our planner, environmental health and fire, to address all the comments. The project itself hasn't changed much since it was before you last in terms of the number, the location of buildings, the square footage of buildings, but we did take a close look at the design comments to help define that style, and Jeff will walk you through that a little bit later. But first I wanted to give you a little bit of background since it has been a while since we've looked at this property. So it's located on Alisos Canyon Road, and as you can see in this first aerial, several miles from the area of Los Alamos, in an primarily agricultural vineyard area and some larger lot residential, and that's what surrounds this property. If you can go to the next slide, Jeff. The property is 1,064 acres, so it's marked with the star there. And you can see, so we're talking about, a 2-acre residential development envelope, which is small in scale in terms of the size of the lot and also with relation to the neighbors. And go ahead to the next one. And the property is kind of some rolling hills surrounding the valley where the residential or the development envelopes are located. And you can see just by the number of green dots, it's quite oak-studded, beautiful bucolic property. And on the property, there are actually 2 development envelopes. The lower one, and these were approved in a 2001 development plan. So as I noted, we're doing a revision to the development plan. That lower one is the agricultural development envelope. It's about a half a mile from Alisos Canyon Road, can be minimally seen from Alisos Canyon Road. And Jeff has some photos of what that view corridor looks like from the road. And then the one to the north is about 3/4 miles from Alisos Canyon Road. That's the residential development envelope where we're focusing the design changes in the design presentation today. So you can go to the next slide. So that's the agricultural development envelope. It includes just a few barns as well as the ranch manager's residence. And then in the other development envelope is the residential development envelope. Also includes some agricultural barns. And then when we get to the plans, you'll see the outline of the residential development envelope just includes a portion of that area up there for personal use or residential use. So the intent of the project is to update the existing residential development to meet the needs of the owner and have a minimal impact on this serene, bucolic, natural environment. As such, all the proposed development is in the existing footprint. So the house is at the footprint, the new house is at the footprint of the existing house. The new pool cabana and ADU is at the location of the existing pool cabana. And the new barn is located at the location of the existing tennis court and garage. And there's a new garage as well. So I'll go ahead and touch on the first few comments from your board from last time, and then Jeff will continue with the design presentation. But you had first asked if the project is subject to hillside and ridge lines. And so in response, we had a surveyor collect some additional survey points and spot check calculations in the vicinity of the proposed development and determined that it is not subject to hillside ridge lines. And we've provided that to staff, and staff has confirmed the determination that this project is not hillside ridge lines. And then you also asked for a current land survey. We haven't, besides those points for the hillside ridgeline confirmation, we haven't conducted additional land survey or a new land survey because all the development we're proposing is in the area of existing footprint. And the consultants on the project determined that they have the information they need to prepare the plans. And further, fire department hasn't asked or isn't asking us to expand the road. So we didn't continue the survey down to the road or the rest of the site at this point in time. So I guess that's it for my comments. I'll hand it over to Jeff to talk about the design approach in response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for hearing from us today. Our client came to us with the desire to create a sanctuary. As Alicia mentioned, this is an active cattle ranch where the client plays a very active role. He's lived on the property for over 10 years now, and his needs have outpaced the aging existing residents. His vision is one similar to Alisal Ranch, a hidden retreat that he could share with his family and friends that harkens back to the sprawling ranches of early California. The style of the house is a mixture of large ranch style with hints of craftsman and prairie style. The vertical siding, corrugated metal, and steel tube truss gable ends have been used to evoke large agrarian buildings. Sorry about that. Long and deep wraparound verandas for lazy afternoons or warm summer nights help diminish the scale of the structures. The original concept was contemporary, but the longer we worked on the project, it became about character and that deep comfort you get from being on a secluded ranch. When we first began the project, we had envisioned a very modern approach to a very stylized ranch house, and it slowly morphed into a more traditional ranch style. After the last meeting with you, we took to heart the concerns that the architecture was too modern and too commercial, and we revised the design with your comments in mind. The property is a large ranch, and the residential development area lies in a small secluded valley that is not visible from Alisos Canyon Road or from any other surrounding residences. This is the agricultural development area, and this is the residential. The residential development area, includes the existing main residence, an existing pool and cabana, garage, ranch office, and renovated barn. It also includes a large tennis court that is not currently in use, which is located here. The new main residence and cabana ADU will be built at the same location where the existing buildings are currently situated. The new garage sits approximately where the existing garage is and will back up to the new storage barn sited where the old tennis court is currently located. The barn has been set well into the hillside to reduce the visual impact of the structure. As you approach the property on Alisos Canyon Road, you arrive at the understated white pipe rail gate leading down a long private access road surrounded by large pastures and oak-studded rolling hills. The gate itself is surrounded by undeveloped grasslands and oak trees. A half mile down the access road is the agricultural development area, where there are several existing large buildings, including a new hay barn, which is part of the submittal. A full 3/4 miles down from the main gate is the residential development, which is situated amongst dozens of large oak and cypress trees effectively hidden from view. Here you can see the existing historically significant barn that was renovated approximately 2 years ago and the old ranch office. On the other side of the road is the existing garage and the existing main residence. In the aerial, you can see the existing tennis court, which sits between the barn and the main residence. The design process, as I mentioned earlier, our first approach was to design a relatively contemporary set of buildings. The more we discussed it, it became apparent that the client was leaning toward a more warm and comfortable setting. His family has large and intimate gatherings, and he wanted it to feel like a home that has been there forever. We began reducing the massing of the building and changing the vocabulary to a more agrarian style. After our first meeting with you, we went even further toward a lower scaled residential feel. We also addressed your concerns about color, which we agreed with. Instead of a harsh contrast between the light colored tall stone, we moved to a much warmer and darker low stone element to ground the building and shorten the massing. To further reduce the massing of the building, our solution was to wrap more of the veranda around the house to diminish the large two-story massing and accentuate the low plate line of the veranda and ground the building. We increased the massing of the columns to further project the emphasis of the long, low roof line around the building. The deep veranda will put most of the lower floor in shadow and de-emphasize the upper floor. As I mentioned, we also lowered most of the stone to a lower wainscot to further ground the building, so we no longer have the large two-story stone element. The entry was redesigned so there are a pair of low veranda roofs on either side flanking the garage element to support the two-story element and diminish its importance. There is also a 4-foot setback at the second floor above the garage doors to further soften that element. A new small tower element was added directly adjacent to the entry on the right side. Between the tower and the extension of the veranda on the right side of the building, it completely breaks up the two-story elements on that side of the building and creates a much more articulated structure. At your suggestion, we also revised most of the windows to be more reflective of traditional residential windows with a vocabulary that repeated around the building, adding more continuity. We also felt that the styling of the windows emphasized more of a prairie style look and provides a much more residential appearance. We maintained the large gable end trusses to again impart the agrarian nature of the site and provide focal points around the building. We continued the same design vocabulary with the cabana and thickened the columns to again emphasize the long, low look of the veranda. We also removed all of the tall upper stone and used vertical board form to reflect the look of the vertical siding of the renovated barn. The windows were also changed to reflect the same vocabulary as the main house, and consequently the building now is less imposing and fits perfectly with the main residence. The storage barn we felt was getting a little too ornate, and it did nothing to create a cohesive architecture. We simplified the building and detailing to bring the style closer to the melding of a very traditional renovated barn and the new main residence. On this building, we used vertical cement board siding to capture the look of the renovated barn and at the same time provide excellent fire resistance. We also changed the roof to a Galvalume corrugated roof to reflect the Galvalume roof of the renovated barn across the road, but also to reflect the corrugated roof on the main residence cabana. That pulls all the buildings together, the new and the old. As I mentioned, the barn is set well in the grade and has the same floor level as the garage, thus reducing the overall height from the previous submittal. The materials were selected for longevity and fire resistance because of the constant threat of wildfires. The other consideration was the woodpeckers that have wreaked havoc on the existing buildings. The corrugated metal roof, vertical board form concrete, and stone veneer were all selected to protect the property and in the event of a fire also create a feeling of longevity and permanence with minimal maintenance. The stone changed from the larger facing stone to a more refined ledger stone set low to the ground. The board form concrete will mimic the vertical siding of the existing barns and the new storage barn. The windows will be dark anodized clad wood windows, and all the hardware will also be dark anodized. We are currently in the process of selecting lighting with the client, and we can assure you that all the lighting will comply with dark standards, and that will come back to you at a later date. And that's it, unless you have any questions.
Okay. Did you want to show that last slide, the storage barn, or are you done?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it looks like you got landscaping too.
Yeah, I have landscaping. We were going to hold it unless you had questions.
You might want to go ahead and do the landscaping. I think
Okay.
Kevin was here, so he could go ahead and talk about that. I think, or you can. I'm not sure.
So it's actually this is Anthony. I'm just using Kevin's computer actually, but
Perfect.
yeah. So in terms of the landscaping, so the proposed landscaping will be placed immediately around the building as requested by the owner, and it will be underneath the existing oak trees on site. And the plant palette will actually just consist of mostly California natives, with all of them being low water use. And the plant palette will also be, will complement actually the oak woodlands that surround the residential development. And that's basically it for the landscape.
All right. Board members, do you have any points of clarification, any questions at this time before we go to public comment? Nobody has any questions? All right. Leah, do we have any requests to speak?
No, we do not.
All right. Well, Puck, we're going to revert back to the normal order. If you want to go ahead and make your comments.
There we go. I feel like I like the idea of sort of a prairie style ranch. I feel like one of the things about prairie style houses is they often have the horizontality actually moves into the landscape with garden walls or projections off the building that really kind of ground it and reinforce that sense of horizontality. I feel like the stone, the way it's applied now, is just a wainscot. It's okay. I just it just seems like another applied element. Maybe it's because it gets kind of lost behind the porch, but I feel like if some of those elements could actually be extended out into the landscape, it would make the house feel a lot more grounded. But I do like this direction. That's all.
Okay, Cass.
Bethany, I did not see this the first time it came through. So I would like to wait until I hear from the others before I make any.
Okay. Brett?
Yeah, I didn't see it either. But you know, it looks fine. And you know, can we comment on the ADU, or is that out of our review?
Considering that the mass is part of, if I'm understanding correctly, it's part of the cabana, is that correct?
Correct.
Then I'd say it's pretty squarely. I mean, you're commenting on the structure that contains the cabana, so as a whole.
Well, I see you're trying to do linear, and
I just don't see it with this cabana. It just looks like, hey, whoop, here we go. Let's pop something through the roof. And it just kind of, it's too abrupt, I guess. I'm okay with everything else. It's just that one, it just really stands out as not following the lines of the house and other things. But everything else I'm fine with.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, can I comment?
Well, preferably not. If you have something very
Okay, that's
quick.
fine.
I mean, basically what we're trying to accomplish right now is we're trying to get comments from the board. And so let me try and get a whole bunch of
That's fine.
comments. And then if you have something that you wish to particularly address, or if we come back to you and say, hey, could you enlarge upon this? Then we'll come back to you, but just give me a second. Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you, Jeff. Robin?
Well, it's a big improvement from before. I still find it very massive, and I would like to see something a little bit less massive. I'm wondering what the plate heights are. I know that's something we mentioned last time, bringing down the height. And I concur with Puck's comments. That's it.
Okay. You want to answer the question about the plate heights, Jeff?
I think the plate heights are currently the same as the first submittal.
Okay.
We have some large volume ceilings, so we need the height on the lower floor.
All right.
But it's certainly something we can take a look at.
Cass, I'm going to come back to you.
Okay. Well, I really appreciated the comments that Puck made about the horizontality and more of a reaching out into the landscape. And I also share the concern that Robin mentioned. It feels really massive and kind of bulky. I think it's well designed. I'm not saying that. I just think that for this location, that perhaps there's an opportunity to really lower it down and reach it out into the landscape. I was sort of, you mentioned the piece, the element to the right of the porch as being a tower, but it doesn't feel like a tower to me because everything else is the same height. Going over to the cabana and the barn, I kind of like these. I liked how horizontal they are, and I like the cabana, how it pops up like between the trees. I sort of like, it feels like a little tower element between the trees, and then I like how it's horizontal there. I think that's very effective. I like that. So I guess those are my comments. I think it's a very well designed structure. It's just for this location, I think it would be nice to consider how you might be able to make it lower and reach it out.
Okay, Alan? Did I lose Alan?
I'm here. We're having internet problems up here again for change.
Okay.
But I kind of like the looks of it. I don't really have anything that's going to add to anything I haven't heard so far.
Okay. Lowell?
Yeah, I think it's definitely has some improvements over the last time we saw this, and I would concur with Puck's comments and Cass's comments. Thank you.
Okay. I actually I grew up in the Midwest, and so outside of Chicago actually, and feel fairly secure in what I visualize when somebody tells me prairie school or prairie architecture. And I know Frank Lloyd Wright is not the only architect to have done it, but I am having there's a disconnect here, and I think it has mostly to do with semantics. I don't have any objection to the building per se. But I think kind of along the lines of what Cass was saying about describing the element that pops out a little bit, that we're looking at right here, that's just to the right of the entry as a tower. It's not really a tower, and quite frankly, I don't want it to be a tower. I like the way it's proportioned, but there's some semantics. In the prairie architecture, when I think about it, I think of brick or stone or some sort of masonry element that actually comes up fairly extensively. It's not really a wainscot. And the windows, while they if we can look at, the west elevation, can we bring that up? That's the next one there. So while you're trying to get, the windows are all verticals. So they're kind of fighting that whole feeling, especially on the first floor, of generating that horizontality. So that's kind of, I'm trying hard to latch onto that prairie, the expression of the prairie style. And I know you prefaced your presentation by saying, it was mostly prairie style, but you had some craftsman elements and some other elements that, different styles in there. And I think in some ways it's fighting with my conception of what prairie should look like. So I'm having that kind of struggle. I really appreciate the direction you've gone. And I think you have brought the feeling of the structures, reduce the overall looming feeling that I think it had. And you've started to emphasize a lot of that horizontality. And Puck's comments about, extending that into the landscaping, using the landscape to kind of pick up on that, and just to add to the expression of the building. I think that's an excellent idea. I would love to see that happen. But for me, I would like to see either the description or kind of the style points, the highlights and things. I'd like it to hang together as kind of an identifiable style within your description with what I'm seeing. Because right now, this is going to sound horribly harsh. It's kind of lacking a little bit of a soul for me. It doesn't quite know. It hasn't totally gelled as to what it wants to be. And it's a lovely building. But I think it needs a little bit more, just a little bit more thought and tightening up and seeing if you can get it to gel a little bit. Because it's come a lot. It's a much better building, I think, than the buildings than what we saw before. The Cabana is a little different. And I could go either way with that as a projection. Because it's almost like it's got kind of a craftsman-esque thing perched on top of that prairie style. So again, I'm still having that same internal kind of fight, but I like the building. I really do. The barn is also very nice. So for me, I think I'm looking forward to seeing what it will kind of progress as you move further with your exploration of the design and start tightening some things up. So I think that's my comments. I did have some notes about colors and materials, and I think you addressed those. So, but I would like to see you bring in a slightly more of a color board. I know the previous time you were here, we talked about doing some story polls. I'm not really certain that that's necessary, but I need to check the bylaws. There are some requirements where story poles become required, even if it's outside if it's not a hillside ridgeline project, just based on square foot of the building. So I need to double check that. So that still may be something we need to talk about. And if so, I'll coordinate with your planner.
Okay.
So that we can get that taken care of. But for just solely for hillside ridgeline, the story poles wouldn't be, I don't think, required because it's not falling under that. So that's good to know. Does anybody else have anything else now that we've all had a one run through with the comments? Anybody else have a question for Jeff or the applicant?
Yeah,
Or any comment?
I do. I just wanted to, could you bring up the site plan again or something that shows the surrounding area, the overall? Yeah, even farther back, the one that shows is there one that, I guess what I'm getting at is how far is this from any other residence?
It's probably 3/4 to a mile from any other residence, and all the other residences have a ridge line between this house and them.
And then how far
we
is
actually
it?
went around.
I'm sorry, finish up. I'm sorry.
We actually went around Google Earth and checked all the houses in the area, and nobody has a straight shot of this development area.
And then the road, how far from the road?
The road's 3/4 a mile, but the valley the house is in is parallel to the main road. So from the main road, you're looking at the ridge that blocks it.
Yeah, because, not to discount how important our board is here, but honestly, no one's ever going to see this house except the people who live there. And
yeah, absolutely.
It's a nicely designed house. I take back my thing on the ADU. It probably creates a nice perch to look around from. But honestly, it's a clean house, and it may be, maybe they could do more to detail it out and so on. But I don't see anything wrong with it. It's if this is what the architect and the owner have agreed to, it's a clean house, and for us to fuss over it, no one's ever going to see this thing. So that's all.
We appreciate that comment.
Anybody else?
Sorry, Puck. This is sorry, Bethany. This is staff. This is Eric Gomez, a planner on the project. I did want to add that I did confirm with Alicia earlier, like she said, that the project isn't subject to hillside ridgeline, as you probably already saw. But one of the questions I did have was regarding your story pole. This project, because it's a revision to an original development plan, does have to go to hearing. So after it goes to hearing is when you would see it for preliminary. So I guess the timing is just something for you to have in mind of if you are going to require a visit with story poles. I would wonder when you would want that to be.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me go get my binder that's in the other room, and I'll tell you if we need to do it. Hold on.
Thank you.
All right, let me get this out.
So Eric, this isn't in the planning guidelines, it's in the design review guidelines?
Yeah, the story pole guidelines isn't a planning requirement. It's kind of one of the procedures that BAR does for certain structures. Which hopefully Bethany can.
Hold on, and it may not be story poles. I'm thinking site visit. Hold on just a second. Okay. Okay. Okay, no, it looks like it gets a buy.
Got it. And Bethany, just for, I guess, my edification, it sounds like Brett was also wondering where that's coming from or the reasoning behind the buy.
Oh, the site visit? Oh, site visits are proposed project locations shall be performed by the CBAR as a whole or a subgroup of CBAR members as shown below. And I'll just go through here. Site visits shall be conducted by 3 or more CBAR members for projects listed below, a minimum of 3 members, a quorum. Present at the site visit shall be part of any quorum present and any subsequent vote by a CBAR to approve the proposed project. And here are the categories. All new commercial and industrial with a development area or floor area of 15,000 square feet or greater. Additions to commercial and industrial projects where the area of the new development or the new floor area is 10,000 square feet or greater, or when the additional development area or floor area is added and then exceeds 15,000. And then residential projects containing 10 or more units or would involve grading of 5,000 or more cubic yards combined, cut and fill. I'm assuming we're not moving that much.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Projects that engender substantial community interest as determined by the CBAR. Obviously not this one. A site visit will be conducted by a CBAR member for the following. And then it's basically the same deal, except that the square footages are slightly smaller. But the cut and fill is still the same, 5,000 square feet. Or any residential project that would impact slopes of 30% or greater, which I don't think applies here either. So this is in the bylaws, Brett.
No, okay, I'm just wondering, I mean, so in other words, we don't need to make a visit, they don't
Nope.
need to do story polls.
Nope.
And back
Not
to what I
unless it would
said
be
before.
useful to the consideration. And I think we're all in agreement that that's not something that would be helpful at this point
Okay.
on this project.
Yeah, well, like I said before, I mean, this is almost a really personal thing where the owner is the only one who's going to see this in his family and nobody else. And, you know, we can make comments all day long about the design, but it's a clean structure and
Okay, then let me ask you this, Brett. How do you want to see it return?
Well, what is it now? It's conceptual?
Conceptual. Further conceptual is what their agenda is for today.
Well, you know what my mantra is, and it's preliminary final, if they can get it together to give us enough information.
All right. Anybody else on the board? Thoughts?
I concur.
That was Lowell, right?
Yes.
I agree as well. I mean, I still feel strongly about my suggestions, but that's, you know, part of the design process and why we are here. But to, like Brett was saying, I mean, this is a personal choice in some of these things, but I think that integration with the landscape really could be looked at. Sometimes you have to actually, the clients lived there 10 years, so that's a great thing. And he understands the landscape and obviously loves it. So I think the landscape should be sort of integral to this entire layout in a much stronger way. But that's, you know, a suggestion. So take it for what it's worth. That's it.
Okay, Cass?
I agree with what Puck has said.
Okay, so you're comfortable with having them return preliminary and final?
Yes, I would
Okay.
hope that obviously the review that you all had earlier substantially improve the project. So, but at this point, you know, perhaps if they're happy with it, they can take these comments that we've given as suggestions, and then they can see where they want to go with it.
Okay, Robin?
I concur, but I would like to add that we as a review body really need to be consistent with all projects. I don't think we can say because nobody can see it, we can let it be what it's going to be. I think that's really important that we be consistent.
Right, but we're here to look at things that impact the community, and this might as well be in another county.
Well, I think, Brett, I think what Robin is saying is that we be consistent in the way that we make our findings, because the findings are still the same whether you can see it or not.
I agree, but
okay. Okay, Alan?
I agree with the general tone of what's going on, but I have a question. Puck, how did you know they lived there 10 years? I didn't read that anywhere.
The applicant said that when he made his presentation.
That's when I had the internet problem. Okay, sorry about that. Just curious. Yeah, I think having consistency is a good thing also, but I think in this case, I think I wouldn't want to redesign it for him.
Okay, well, I think certainly speaking for myself, the tenor of my comments were along the lines of, you know, the building is acceptable the way it is well designed. But my comments were having, as I said, to do a lot with the semantics and the description, and then what I envision when people say certain words and the disconnect I was having with that. And my comments are also in the realm of suggestions. So, you know, you guys do what you like, and we'll have you back for, you'll be agendized for preliminary and final, pending the planning staff's clearance. You know, that everything's, we're all brought up together. I think that Eric, you brought up the fact that, you know, as far as timing for the site visit, I think it's applicable here in that, while we'd like to see this come back preliminary final, in the normal course of things, and this is to the board, what would happen is we wouldn't see this until it goes to a decision maker, until there's a hearing with, assuming the planning commission, or is it the ZA, Eric?
EC, I believe.
Okay, so it's going to go to the planning commission. Typically what we like to do is, and this is for the applicant's benefit as well as the board, what we like to do is we'd like to see the project, in keeping with consistency, return to us so that we feel that it was at a point where we would be comfortable granting preliminary approval. And then have that version be the one that the planning commission reviews. Because in the past, what has happened is if we don't do that and we wait for, you know, the planning commission sees a project before we're to the point of saying, yeah, we like this and would give it preliminary. A lot of times what happens is it goes, the PC takes their action, makes their action, and it comes back, and then it's locked in, and it wasn't really what we were seeing, because the approval is based on what we actually see. So if the applicant is comfortable with it,
I have a question about that.
Yes.
I'm wondering if it's something that can just go to the chair, as opposed to, you know, getting on an agenda, having a full board review. If the plans that we submit that are going to be going to the planning commission go to you to kind of do a look through compared to what you and the board had reviewed.
I would be comfortable with that. The only issue that I'd have is if I turn around and look at it and say, I think this is not in conformance with what the rest of the board intended based on their comments and my experience as the chair, where would we go from there? Would it then come to the board, or what will we do? So, so that it kind of leaves it a little up in the air. I don't think that would be an issue, but I want to bring that up right now, because it's kind of outside the lines. It's procedurally outside the lines, and
Yeah.
it could raise
I
it.
can't imagine any significant changes that would I mean, if anything, we'd be further defining and refining given the comments, suggestions that we received today. But I can't imagine, even though this is a really large property, it's limited in terms of where we can go and what we can do. So it's not going to be a significantly different project.
Okay. Well, if you're comfortable with that caveat, then no, I would have no problem with that. And either Puck or myself could be the one to take a look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I do. If things, I guess, change at a later point in time, we can have Eric communicate that to you, but I feel comfortable with that.
Okay.
Jeff, do you have any comments?
Don't have any comments past that.
Okay. Eric, will that work for you?
Yeah, no, I agree with Alicia. I don't. This property, for one, is under ag preserve, so the area that they're able to do anything in is pretty limited. But also, Alicia can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the point of most of this design was to really limit the disturbance of any new structure. So I don't really see this changing. Most of the comments you made were, I think, revolving around details that were maybe missing that is normal for conceptual review. So given that what I foresee the future of this project being, I don't see many changes that would worry me.
Okay. All right. Well, then I think that our direction would be to return preliminary final after the hearing with the Planning Commission, and either the chair or vice chair will review the package submittal prior to going to the Planning Commission, just to make sure that it's generally in line with the comments and suggestions, and that we're comfortable with it.
And can we mention to the applicant the things that we will be looking for that we want to see on there so that they can get through final? Just to clarify.
Yeah, no, I think the preliminary action is our appealable action. So, we're going to be looking for information regarding your colors and materials on a colors and materials board. We're going to be looking for information on detailing, not necessarily full drawn details. That's more of a final item. And I think do you have anything else to add, Brett? Is there anything?
Oh, so I'm confused.
And landscape.
So we're trying to assist them to get through final, right? Because they're coming for preliminary final next time, correct?
Right, after they've been to the PC.
Right. So we're looking for window details.
Yes.
Architectural details, exterior lighting, anything on the exterior that's illumination. The landscape developed. Any more to the grading that needs to be done? What am I missing? The color and materials?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else think of anything?
This is Nicole. I would recommend that the applicant take a look at the application for the Board of Architectural Review, which lists what's required at preliminary and final stages. They're probably already familiar with it, but it lists a lot of things you're listing right now.
Right.
And more.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think that concludes our review. I don't think there's any other comments. Thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I really appreciated being able to see the next slide. That was awesome. So, all right. Well, you folks have a good day. If there's no further business, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
That was Brett. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Me.
Anybody opposed? All right. So Leah, I think we're adjourned.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Have a great weekend.